Hello and welcome to the LCK. We are here on a wonderful Thursday, and we are getting ready for Quantum Freaks versus T1. The Scrim Buddies going head-to-head here in round 2. So for the second time this year, Quantum Freaks this time around with Bull, seeing if they can make a lasting impression, as they were not quite able to do so last time around against T1.
Yeah, and I feel like Quantum Freaks have kind of had a varying form. You know, at times we've seen them look really good, and then they had that, rough week against Bros specifically. And obviously this is heavily favored towards T1, but I'm just hoping Quantum Freaks show some more of that life that they had in their last series.
Yeah, that's really the hope. I think that Quantum Freaks, they should be making it into playoffs. They're kind of in this position where they are below everybody else that's in playoffs at the moment in terms of form, but also they're very far ahead of everyone else, the other bottom 4 teams. So kind of in an interesting spot to see where they will grow towards. Will they move towards the bottom side or up towards the top side as we finish out round 2?
Yeah, and honestly, there's not that much difference between their spot in the standings and KT in DK. There was honestly a scenario where if they hadn't lost that week against Bro back-to-back, where they would actually be in 4th place. So, definitely some work to be done in terms of trying to challenge for those 4th and 5th spots. I do think currently, they're quite safely ahead of FearX in 7th, but we've seen them in this position before, literally just last summer, where it was like, oh, Quantum Freaks are so secure in 6th, and then they went on a huge losing streak, so they definitely can't rest easy yet.
Yeah, and Quantum Freaks, if they do win, they do play ahead of KT Rolster, and so they will move over to the west side momentarily. We'll have to wait and see what happens with KT. Also, they would have to win, and that's a pretty difficult ask up against T1, who is aiming to reclaim 1st place. They keep leapfrogging with Gen G, who oftentimes play ahead of them and take the 1st spot, and then they take it back. As the head-to-head record between these two, not so great, even though Dudu is a pretty strong top laner, I'd say, right now in the LCK.
Yeah, Zeus in really good form at the moment. Does help with the head-to-head record that he's on T1. That tends to help T1 players, but he has just been absolutely on fire at the moment. At the moment, I don't think anyone is honestly that close just to kind of the performance he's been putting out. So Dudu definitely needs to bring his A game today.
And both Gumayusi and Carry are very close to some big milestones. Gumayusi, if he wins, will get to 200 wins. Also, if they play 3 games, he will hit 300 games. And then, of course, Carrier is approaching 4,000 assists. He would be the 5th player ever in the LCK to reach 4,000 assists, with only 2 other supports ahead of him.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. Just a ridiculous amount. Obviously, supports do tend to pick up a lot of assists, but when you actually look through that top 5, there is, Faker's #1 because, it's Faker, but Peanut also in there as well.
The guys that have been around for a long time that aren't 80 carries, because 80 carries generally get a bunch of kills.
They're all kill stealers.
Especially if they get Smolder, who was specifically developed to help them steal more kills and get more pentakills.
Yeah, just give them permanent Elder Dragon, because why not? Honestly, hoping we don't see Smolder today, because I kind of feel like he's in this spot where if you pick him against the good teams, you'll get rolled before he's online. And I honestly feel like he's a bit inactive for how T1 want to play the game. And if Quantum Freaks get him, well, they'll really have to just hold on and hope they can survive.
Yeah, so we do have the key player matchup here being the top lane. I think this is very fair. We already mentioned that Zeus is almost definitely, I'd say actually just definitely, the best top laner at the moment, maybe even in the world. I mean, this guy is pretty incredible. You see that he has a lot of LCK first, not even just top lane first there. And also Dudu, you can see pretty comparable when it does come to, being towards the top of the ranks, but there's a big difference right now, I'd say, between 1st place in the top lane and 4th place in the top lane.
Yeah, honestly, I feel like that even the gap between 1st and 2nd feels pretty significant to me. I think Dudu, apart from maybe the week against Bro, mostly has been really solid for Quantum Freaks, but he needs to be on 100% A form if he wants to match up to Zeus, who's just been, honestly, a really formidable opponent. Cuz as well, I think, is someone who has been the driving force for this lineup. A lot of people surprised when he ended up on Quantum Freaks in the first place, but he has really made it his home so far.
Yeah, you guys might notice that Owner is back. Guwon did get called up from Challengers due to a health issue, but it seems like Owner is healthy now, so that's nice to see. Guwon did play well, and in fact, there he is in the crowd, the real Guwon on that sign. Yeah, it's nice to have Owner back, but Guwon with a nice series as well.
Yeah, I feel like that series you know, Guwon fit in well, did his job, but I don't think they were noticeably worse at all with him, but definitely having Owner back in. Going into this week, where, I mean, this match, I think, with Guwon, they would still feel pretty comfortable in, but I feel like the later series, T1 Gen G, is really the one where you want to have your full roster back there, and I think ultimately this is kind of a bit of a warm-up to that.
Yeah, it definitely is on the side of T1, as we'll have to wait and see. You can see a lot of very serious faces on both sides. You know, Faker doing his rebooting as he always does, downloading the new data, but everybody just looking a bit anxious to get into the game and play some League of Legends and not have to sit around, of course, but we should be jumping in just a moment, so no worry at all. Now, CV Max, definitely, I think after their couple of losses to Bro, was pretty disappointed, but now hoping to turn things around after their recent win against Nongshin.
And you know, honestly, this is first time we're going to see T1 in the new patch. We have seen teams struggle on new patches, not specifically T1, but Gen G got toured by KT when they one of the first matches on a new patch. So I think, honestly, if you're the underdog, it's a good opportunity to try and get some advantages. If you feel like you got a better or quicker read on the patch compared to your opponents. And we have seen some picks trickle in. You know, we saw the Jace, the Renekton, and the Ahri, which all got buffed, have kind of reared their heads so far, even in just day one. And already seen that Jace banned away by Quantum Freaks, which, you know, I think is fair.
It looks really good right now, the Jace, and it's Zeus, so
yeah.
Don't give him Jace. Keen
Red
already
side as
looked
well.
so broken on this pick, and Zeus is just another one of those guys that you do not want to give this champion. Not to mention that it's relatively flexible, but either way, Nautilus also going to be taken off the board. We have seen a lot of Nautilus bans recently as well. Good to see the Senna still banned, even though she did receive her first loss in 18 games. It was the 18th game after the 17-game winning streak of Senna.
Yeah, so still very strong. I think it goes without saying. Interesting, we typically see teams direct bans towards Bull with the Callista. Haven't seen that yet. It did get nerfed a little bit on the patch. Still seems to be high prior, but they actually ban the Draven and not the Callista away from Bull. But we definitely felt like one of the reasons Quantum Freak struggled in the matchup against Bro is they weren't leaning into the early pressure that we typically have seen from the bot lane that has led to them to have success. And now toying the idea with this first pick Ashe coming out, and they will lock it in. So looking to challenge the bot lane of T1 in the early 2v2, and very swiftly matched. The thing is, with the Callistas, you can actually play a more poke-oriented lane if you max Q, go the early serrated Dirk, and the Varus denies the Varus Ashe from Quantum Freaks, and means you can kind of match pound for pound against the range that Quantum Freaks are likely to go in their bot lane. So
yeah,
definitely ready for that Ashe to be picked up.
It's kind of a rough spot because if you pick Callista, then you're up against Varus Ashe, and you're potentially getting outranged, even though you did mention the nice build we have been seeing a lot. So it's pretty rough, especially into Guma and Keria, who are kind of the experts and the leading duo, I would say, in this type of game in the bottom lane. So pretty risky, but they go for the Ashe regardless. The Hui is going to come out here. Would expect that in the mid lane for Bulldog. He has played quite a lot of that. But we might just see Jhin Ashe to try to match in the bottom side here.
Yeah, I mean, just essentially fighting range with range, a lot of poke around these bot lanes. And the thing is, when you have 4 AD carries in the bot lane, whoever can make an impact first there out of the junglers will get so much success. It's so easy to set up a gank against these picks, so we'll see if that's able to come through. Obviously, this feels like a really comfortable spot for Keria, who's obviously one of the foremost players when it comes to picking up those marksman supports. Zeus will once again go with his route where he's kind of just been heavily prioritizing Aatrox in the first 3. Normally we've seen top lane kind of go into the later stages of the ban phase. T1 have gone, no, we want Aatrox. Zeus is fantastic on it. I think we'll just ban away things he doesn't want to have to go up against. First off being Cassante. I wonder if we'll see like the Renekton taken off the cards. Could be something that's taken away.
Not a bad idea. Jarvan as well going to be taken away.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm playing Ashe Jhin bot lane, I wouldn't want to play in a Jarvan. I think, especially as you can't really utilize it as well yourself because it's not as good against Callista, and obviously she can save Varus from those tricky situations. Actually ended up banning the Lee Sin away from Cuz. Sejuani kind of just flying through and not being touched by either side is a little bit interesting, as it was really high prio yesterday.
Might come out here.
Could do. Obviously, kind of leaves that mid pick until later on. The Karma is also something that's available that hasn't really been touched on, so we'll be interested to see what T1 opt to go with in this situation.
Yeah. It's pretty interesting because on this patch, a lot of big picks that we see a lot in pro play got buffed. So I feel like there's more OP stuff, or more stuff that you feel like you have to ban, not necessarily OP. And it's going to be Nocturne out of everything that we did mention. And the Nocturne has been seeing a decent amount of play so far in the LCK, but interesting spot to pick it here.
Yeah, Quantum Freaks need tools to keep that backline safe. They're fully committed to a squishy, hard-to-defend backline, so I feel like a Maokai would fit quite well into what they're trying to achieve. Looking for a top lane pick, it looks like they're going to lean towards the Jax right now for Dudu. Obviously something we have seen picked a lot into the Aatrox, and if the Nocturne dives in, pretty good at dealing with him, but still it feels like there's limited protection for this backline. I think for me, a Maokai makes a lot of sense, but I guess they just want the extra power to sync up with the Jax, and they might just go for the Sejuani that has been pretty solid staple in the LCK on the patch, even though one day of it, you know.
It definitely has a lot of strength, but it does feel like we kind of have two parts of a composition over on the Quantum Freak side. There's the Jax Sejuani, and then there's Jhin Ashway.
Yeah.
So will they survive? A good question, as Talia left available until the end, and Faker is going to snatch that one up. As these Ahri also got banned away. We saw what Chovy was able to do on that pick. I don't think you want to give this one to Faker either on this patch. So again, just more and more stuff to ban away.
Yep, and actually interesting to see who goes what in the bot lane in terms of the Kalista and the Varus. I'd have thought the Kalista would go for Guma, and then they'd have the Varus support, but, you know, maybe they shake it up, maybe they change it up. I do think the Talia and the Nocturne is such a powerful duo in terms of map impact, both of them having those global ults, and, you know, we talked about having 480 carries in the bot lane. Whoever can make the impact there first is going to be rewarded heavily, and T1 have kind of set themselves up in a way where they will be able to make that impact. You know, if you start threatening dives towards this Jhin Ash, the game is just going to be yours so quickly.
Yeah, absolutely. And T1 definitely one of the best teams at doing that and getting an early snowball rolling, as we do have a bunch of stuff in the audience. That's GBM as well is out there. And yeah, pretty interesting composition here from the side of Quantum Freaks. We have seen the Jax Sejuani have a lot of power recently, so curious to see if we will see a lot of focus to the top side and just kind of leave Jhin Ash to try to survive against this Nocturne and Talia, who will be down there eventually, as we hop into the Rift for game number 1. Quantum Freaks, Hana, do it set.
Pondong fighting!
T1, Hana, do it set.
T1 fighting!
Great cheers from the fans.
Yeah,
really well done.
We saw them in the crowd, you know. I'm pretty sure that was GBM cheering. The really high-pitched.
Yeah, I think he might have, you know, he might have been a bit excited. GBM generally doesn't sound like that, but it's the way it goes sometimes. Little setup on the bottom side. I like this, especially when the bottom lane is going to be so contentious.
Oh, this is interesting. So one thing that got actually nerfed on the patch was lethal tempo. For melee champions early is like a lot lower attack speed. And Dudu's actually gone for the fleet footwork on Jax. So obviously decent amount of sustain, a bit of movement speed, but doesn't have as much dueling power, I would say, as the lethal tempo. Especially Zaya's going the Conqueror as well. Going to be able to stack that up.
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting choice. We have seen a lot of tech into Aatrox involving movement speed. The favorite of Huni, of course, being the Rumble with Swifties. He just loves that build.
I've heard him praise it so much.
Yeah, big fan. Definitely a big build we see oftentimes, but yeah, I suppose the fleet footwork can work a little bit like that.
I love how they changed the supply in this patch specifically to stop people starting like early Dorans.
Yeah, so nice amount of damage onto Andil, but also a ton into Guma, as the last person to play this was Delight into Moham. So Genji versus Kwangdong Freaks about a year ago. 4 days off of a year total.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely Quantum Freaks to have the initial pressure here. Not too much surprise just with how strong the Ashe is. But yeah, you know, I love how they changed the supply items. So we're trying to make it so you don't start a Doran's. You have, like, you're punished for it. And we literally have all 4 bot laners starting, like, Doran's Blade.
Did you notice that, by the way? Keria moved away from the lane to give level 2 first, and that's going to be first blood to Keria, speaking of which, as the, is he the AD carry or is he the support?
Well,
I don't know anymore, as Keria picks up a double kill on Kalista.
Yeah, I mean, I think the lanes just boom now. Disrespecting the amount of all-in power that the Kalista has. And the thing is, they also had a bit of a summoner's disadvantage, because you remember Andal bit that barrier for an early trade. Keria just managed to secure the double.
Also, Keria moved out of the lane to give level 2 to Guma first.
Yeah.
And then Keria was the one who came back at level 1 and got the 2 kills.
I think
Insane.
The theory might be because only one of them could get level 2. You know, if they both shared XP, then they would both be level 1. So opting for the immediate power and Keria just managing to get rewarded here. And this is one of the problems with Jhin. Your attack speed is so slow, it takes a while to get those autos out. Couldn't get the force shot soon enough. And yeah, the thing is, I kind of talked about how, you know, whichever jungler makes the impact there first. I talked about, you know, the global presence of the Nocturne. Yeah, that goes out the window.
It's too late.
Yeah, I mean, it does further emphasize wanting Cuz to go down there and make things happen. But again, as you said, I feel like there's more synergy with the Sejuani Jax than there is for the Sejuani going bot lane. If Kwangdong's Freaks have the plan of just focusing top lane, I really worry for Bull and Andal.
Yeah. I mean, there's still an opportunity, but it comes way later, I think. You know, once Cuz is level 6, once Andal is level 6 as well, because we know what Sejuani Ashe has in terms of ability to work together as well. But as you already mentioned, the fact that the Kalista has 2 kills already is a big issue.
And you know, I think you can tell there was so much intent from T1's bot lane to really fistfight this, because there's no cleanse. And when you're into Ashe Sejuani, I think most bot lanes would take cleanse on the AD carry, but I feel like them taking heal was very much, no, we're going to fight this. If we need to deal with the Sejuani or the Ashe Arrow, then I guess tough, you know. maybe Guma will buy him a kills to use the AD carry. You know?
That's a good point. I think that's a great first item for Varus, especially. Mikhail's, I mean, when you got a guy like Keria on your team, you might as well.
Yeah.
It's so funny, too, because Guma is like a world-class, world champion, you know, insanely high-level AD carry. And then you're just playing with Keria, so it's like sometimes you just get outshone somehow. It's really ridiculous.
She's got a no ego, you know. That's the only way.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, if they get the win, they get the win.
Part of it is the meta that T1 creates for themselves and for League of Legends, I guess, with this AD carry support stuff and the amount of times they somehow pick up Senna with the Tahm Kench, which Keria was able to pop off with against Bro recently. It does make a big impact in the support role nowadays. As Owner trying to set this up, he does have the prio from bot side, of course, and it is first Infernal Drake here. So Owner trying to speed up to level 6 and make an impact himself.
Yep. I think as well, once you get the Road got the level 6 for Faker, once you get the level 6 for Owner, I think that's really where you can look to capitalize more on this bot lane. Some heavy trades got on Andal.
Yeah, he's getting pretty low, as we do have Cuz hanging around down on the bottom side here. Owner's not able to hit level 6 just yet off of that objective.
The last camp, and he's 6 maybe?
Did he get the blue? If he got the blue, then probably. And he is angling down. There is a ping on him directly.
No, he still needs more.
He's level 5. Pretty okay. Well, he'll get there. As this bottom lane is pretty rough. Andal is not here, as he did have to back after all the poke did come down.
I think the problem is, it's before you have the level 6 from the Ashe or the Sejuani, it's kind of actually hard to set up on the Varus Kalista. It's kind of hard to find an angle to get on top of them, and you don't have anyone else to like stack your passive. I mean, I guess you can get the root from Jhin, that's the best thing. But yeah, especially with how low Andal was, they didn't want to risk it, didn't want to go for it. And now Owner is level 6, so, you know, that window kind of getting smaller. We do see Kuma and Carrier going for a reset. I wonder if Carrier will head towards the top side and they'll look to... Oh.
Let's see what happens here as, okay, that is going to sail wide. Owner going to feel the pressure. There's a ward in here, going to come down to a smite fight. Does go the way of Cuz. Owner not quite able to secure that one. Nice little mini invade from Cuz and Bulldog.
Yeah, they get something, you know, they'll secure this Scuttle Crab as well, so, you know, making some progress, but very much feels like, you know, Quantum Freaks, they got the grubs, obviously, but haven't made too much impact on the top side of the map. And now this is honestly where it gets quite painful, because we can see both Guma and Kerry have come back to lane with Dirks, and I feel like this is honestly where it starts to get painful. When you got, like, the Varus has 3 points in Q and a Dirk, that's where it really starts to feel painful. And Andal obviously doesn't really have items to match in return.
Yeah. You can see the goal difference there already as the ult will be flashed away from, and Guma just sidesteps the deadly flourish. So now that's Bull without his flash against Nocturne Talia. Not going to be feeling too great on the Jhin. And they get that just in trade for one ult. Keria not even having to use his yet as he's not level 6.
Yeah, and we also saw Andal actually barrier because he wanted to extend the trade, but T1 just didn't hit him. You know, they were like, well, we got the flash, we kind of got what we wanted.
See a big trade up on the top side, actually. Counter-Strike coming in, but he does get pulled back by the chain, so Dudu does utilize his ultimate to go for that one, but Zeus hanging on to his World Ender for a future trade.
We do see Cuz on the bot side, but again, I just think it's so scary trying to make these plays when you know Nocturne is present. And the thing is, if you have lanes, like the bot lane here winning so hard for T1, you don't need to be proactive as Nocturne. You just need to be within, you know, enough range that if something happens, you can join in. Yeah. And it makes it really hard. Just keep suffocating out Quantum Freak's bot lane. There's no reason you have to necessarily make a play there.
Yeah, I mean, they're up 2 summoners, right, including one of the flashes. So Guma and Keria have Ignite and Heal plus both of their flashes, so they could really extend it if Sejuani does make anything happen. You see that Owner is, as you mentioned, just kind of hanging around on the bottom side of the map, maybe looking mid, maybe looking bot, but it's not going to go for anything just yet. So he doesn't quite have the angle, and they don't want to dive bot just yet.
Guma almost has his ult back as well, so I think that'll be the time where they'll look for something. They can pretty easily just look to target Bull when he gets back to lane. Andal's chunked out. They're kind of bleeding at the moment. Oh no.
There is a ward there. They don't exactly know where Sejuani is, but he's still going to pull the trigger here as Flash does get utilized by Andal, but now under the turret and no Sejuani in sight. Andal in a lot of trouble just being poked out of this one. The wave is coming in as Arrow is utilized, but it's just not going to do too much here as Guma gets Fates called after the double, and it is just an absolute massacre in the bottom lane.
There's just nothing you can do in that situation. Bulldog was actually trading heavily with Faker to try and stop him coming down, but 3 was enough. Andal was already chunked, the sums were down, and the resetting the tower aggro with the Callista just meant there was no opportunity for them to get a turnaround kill. It's now well, I mean, it's not 4-0, but between them, 4-0 for the bot lane of T1. So, yeah, looking pretty rough. You know, take the Ashe support first pick and go fight fire with fire against T1's bot lane, not paying off.
It's not paying off. I mean, you go back to the bans that we saw in the first phase from Kwangdong Freaks. They have blue side, so they have a little bit more leeway. They ban away Orianna, Jace, and Lucian. And as you mentioned, it's essentially saying, okay, well, we're going to leave Callista, we're going to leave Ashe, we're going to leave Varus, and we're going to play your game. And that's very dangerous. So speaking of which, Faker in a bit of a dangerous spot, but he still does have the flash and just casually sidesteps, but he's still in a lot of danger, as he will not get rooted, but he will get killed instead, which is a better route, as now Kwangdong Freaks should be able to take this Drake, although a lot of poke damage is coming in, and T1 maybe trying to fight this one 3v4.
Yeah, they don't have many ults, but they are coming up soon. I think Kwangdong Freaks should be able to get this and get out. They got to be quick, though. Yeah,
they do have the smite, as there it does go. Oh, look at the damage coming out right now from Guma and Keria. That's pretty low on the health bars, our Kwangdong Freaks, and they might be able to run this one out.
Ult is, he's looking.
Guma running on in, but yeah, not going to go for anything further.
Yeah, a lot of confidence from Quantum Freaks to go for that. You know, knowing the ult timings, knowing they were down, gave them that window. But it was close, and the thing is, they get so chunked down. Zoning ult.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I just feel like there's very little you can do in this situation. I'm not sure it was intentional. Carrier hopped in front to block that, but regardless, it was Guma getting the aggro was the important thing, which ensured that they could reset it with the Callisto ult. And here, Faker just overstepping a bit. Doesn't have the support of the team when he's going on this little solo mission.
Yeah, also got the rocks down late, so wasn't able to even stun Cuz, which allowed Cuz to flash over him, and it just turned into a total disaster. Meanwhile,
Andal?
Yeah, they're both here, and Andal is just going to go forward. They're trying to burst down Zeus, who does flash away, but he's just dead instead, as here comes Keria, and he's going to assassinate on the Callista. And Andal is not long for this world either. That is a double kill once again onto Keria, but a shutdown potentially to go the way of Quantum Freaks, as that will be taken here by Cuz. Flash forward with the ult here from Bulldog. Might just be enough burst damage as the Q cooldown. He's trying to get it out, but now he's in trouble himself, as Owner will come in and just gives the kill over to Guma, because why not?
What a chaotic passage of play, honestly. You know, it looked like Andal was so completely out of position, but they managed to turn around, take out Zeus. And then it kind of just got a bit wacky. I'm going to... There's no...
Oh, boy. Backing on a ward here. He's going to Arctic retreat under the turret. Should be okay.
Yeah, it should be fine. Yeah, Carrier's playing this one a little aggressive, I think is safe to say.
You see like a lot of giggling happening if you watch the player cams here on both sides, but especially on the Quantum Freaks side. I'm sure this isn't the first time. Might be more like the 20th time. I mean, considering the amount of times these two teams did scrim leading up into Worlds, would imagine this is kind of used to it by now.
Yeah, and I mean, one of the factors here is that Duty was already so low before this play even started. But I think that maybe gave Zeus a lot of false confidence. He looks for the all-in kill here, and then ends up getting focused down quite quickly. Keria like goes through the tower.
Late dash here from Zeus. He's in a lot of trouble, and under the turret it does not matter because it's just so tanky, although they're going to wait to reset this one. And there you go. Dudu's just going to proc that ult and pick up another kill. So Zeus, he is the punching bag in this one.
Yeah, but this is kind of the issue. Seeing the turret gold come up. Oh, that's a lot of damage.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Oh, you gotta remember though, they nerfed Varus' base AD by 2.
Yeah.
So, you know, unplayable.
We are getting a Dirk nerf eventually.
Needed.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of damage right now, and I feel like Quantum Freaks are finally starting to make things happen around this Sejuani Jax. That obviously is a strong duo, but the problem is that...
Oh no. Oh, if he didn't barrier, he was 100% dead.
Yeah, this is the problem, you know. I think you can see it. I don't have to explain it. You can just see it in front of you. This is the issue. Is your bot lane has lost. You know, bot lane has fallen, and Guma and Keria have just opted to move around the map and keep bullying.
All right, trying to dive onto Bulldog here, and he is in a lot of trouble. Faker does get ulted, but they do have the burst damage coming. Here does come Dudu and Cuz trying to turn this one around. Nice flash on in, but a little bit disjointed. They do get the stun onto Keria, who is slowed down and stunned once again, but now Fate's Call comes in, trying to turn this one around, but Andal and the Jhin ult's nearly doing enough to take out another kill onto Keria. As T1's still on the run here, the stun will land, as will the Deadly Flourish, and Guma gonna give over another streak here as Keria. Where are you going, my guy? Yeah, the Blast Cone hit a bit late, and that's gonna be another shutdown given on over, as T1 are certainly having their fun with this game.
Yeah, the little switcheroo, you know, with the Keria and Bull there, but definitely an overstep from T1, and they are getting punished for it. A lot of value coming out from the long-range abilities of the Jhin and help with the chase down, because it's just been leading the charge. Finding the play here, great decision where, even though obviously the Sejuani is very tanky, they let the tower reset, they wait for cooldowns, and dude just kind of pops him. And then this topside play, you know, they look for this pick onto Bulldog, but the problem is Keria's like looping into support, that tower's still up, they end up overextended, and you know, as much as we have all these powerful items on the side of T1, this Sejuani is so tanky already has a Frozen Heart, and it's getting so much value in these skirmishes, even though obviously it is a lethality Varus, the armor is doing so much here.
It's pretty insane. I mean, they shelled a lot into Cuz, and it just did not matter. We also got to see some nice synergy there with the Ash Arrow coming from a pretty long range. By the way, it is Hextech Soul, if you guys did not see the gates already here on the Rift. And it does look like Quantum Freaks are going to make a play for this. They're not that far behind. And as we have seen, if Cuz can tank up a bunch of the damage, there's still chances for them to win these fights, especially against double lethality AD carry in the bottom lane.
Yeah, you can see Zeus is kind of posturing for a flank here. They have to be really careful. He's actually hex skating.
Yeah, that's very obvious. And can they get away from this is really the question. Nocturnal comes in and it's stolen away as Owner is going to go forward. Doesn't really have any other way to go as he is absolutely dead. Andil also going to be caught off here as Bull in a lot of trouble. Can't get away from the Aatrox. That's a 2-for-1 plus the Dragon stolen away here by T1. As AOC wants a bit more, we still have Weaver's Wall coming up. A very nice assault over the wall here from Cuz, but it might not matter. As I say that, though, they do get the knock-up, and then they just back away. Not going to overextend here as T1.
Yeah, so T1 managed to secure the Dragon. Nice smite coming out from Owner. Overall, it is pretty solid fight win for them as well, but they don't gain too many advantages. But you could see the impact of Zeus on this Aatrox coming in on the flank. They just didn't have a response for him. And as a result, kind of just lost their bot lane very quickly. It's a pretty uncomfortable position. Gold lead about 2,500 right now, so still pretty substantial for T1. But Quantum Freaks did an okay job keeping it within arm's reach.
Yeah. I mean, surely Guma and Keria, they got very far ahead early on in this game. But take a look at the top end jungle here of Quantum Freaks. I mean, Dudu's insanely fed. We got Cuz basically unkillable. That's going to be a flash forced away from Gumayusi as once again Andil. Nice posturing here. Very aggressive on the Ashe. He knows that he can always threaten. He has a lot of support from Sejuani Jhin. And he'll always look for those picks.
And that's the thing is, because there was no cleanse we talked about earlier, and they used the ult aggressively at the end of the last fight, you know, you're very vulnerable to these long-range engages from things like the Ashe, while that Calista ult isn't available. It's coming up soon, though.
Yeah. So who is going to buy the Mikhails? I don't think it's going to be Guma, even though we joked about it before, and I don't think Keria goes at third item.
No, I don't think either do, honestly.
I guess you just go Edge of Night and
hope.
Pray?
Yeah.
Like
that might be the strategy, honestly. Maybe Owner. They can give that duty to him.
Yeah. We have seen junglers in recent times.
You know, sometimes they go like Edge of Night. No, they go Knight's Vow. You know.
Yeah.
This is the adaptation. Is that? I swear, if I had have seen a Nocturne with Mikhails, I don't think I can handle that.
Yeah, we'd have to get another caster up here if that happened, I think. Yeah, and we are going to have at least 2 Edge of Nights. So, you know, Zeus is going to go for it as well. That was a blind arrow. It does have a relatively low cooldown, especially if you do go for lethality Ashe. But, yeah, they didn't have any vision there. So maybe a hawk shot, throw it over or something.
Yeah, it's not that big of a deal if you just throw them out and you end up missing. But notice how T1, oh, they're looking.
Yeah, they're looking for a play here. Andal now in a lot of trouble, and that's what happens sometimes if you posture aggressively without flash. The ability to close the distance here for T1 is pretty insane. And that they do, as this mid turret is very low already. They're just going to take it down. T1 looking to pressure the middle part of this map at the moment.
Yeah, honestly, didn't even feel like T1 were really trying there. It's like they just kind of knocked Andal over. It's like a swift breeze, I feel like. This Ashe really isn't doing too well into the Nocturne, I'd say. Like, we haven't seen it specifically punish it that much, but that's going to happen. If you're setting up, if you're trying to land poke, trying to pop these Edge of Nights, you will just get popped yourself. And you can actually look at the minimap. The amount of vision now secured for T1 around this Baron is kind of insane.
Yeah, it is. It's pretty oppressive at this point in time. We do see the top 2 in damage dealt is Guma and then Keria. Out of everybody on the Rift, obviously a lot of brawling between them and pretty much everybody on the enemy team, so I suppose that does make sense. As T1, I mean, it's past 20 minutes. We're at 21 minutes. Kind of getting a little nervous. They haven't started the Baron.
They were trying to. They had the setup for it. That is one thing with the Hawk shots frequently available. It does make it a little bit tricky to start it without being challenged on it. And also, T1's comp, you know, being stuck on the Baron when the enemy team has like Jhin and the Hui as well feels a bit uncomfortable. But Dragon is up in 40 seconds.
Yeah.
Quantum Freaks are trying to secure control over the Baron area, or at least have a ward so it doesn't get started. But they really need to make sure they're securing some vision around this Dragon. It is, as you said, a Hextech Soul. Very high priority. Don't really want to give it up for free.
Absolutely. And yeah, jokes aside, I don't think T1's ever going to start this one unless they get a big play. They don't have too much tankiness, and of course, the ability to get punished there is pretty large from Quantum Freaks' composition. But yeah, we are going to have a fight here for this Hextech Drake. Hex Gate should allow Zeus to get over here in due time. Might just end up doing the same thing where he takes the Hex Gate behind them and just says, okay, we're fighting now, or you're going to have to deal with me. As, yep, there he goes. We also got the wall coming in here as the chains are going to be flashed. As Faker's just in there. I mean, they've already done so much poke damage as now Zeus gets over the wall with the blast cone, and that's a nice flash forward with the knock-up as, yep, there you go. The monkey in the audience also really enjoying this one as T1 basically just cleaned them up for free.
Absolutely annihilate them, and it felt like Quantum Freaks just weren't ready for it. They went on the Dragon first. They got corralled in. Dudu was trying to find a position to threaten. Bear in mind, this is a 3-in-1 Jax with 2 items, and he wasn't even there. So definitely the coordination favoring T1, and they should just be able to pick up the Baron here. But yeah, not really much. It felt like we had so much back and forth this game, even though T1 did have the gold lead after the early laning phase. There's a lot of fights where Quantum Freaks was doing good. They kind of just flopped over on that one.
Yeah, it's almost like they just kind of let it happen. I mean, everybody was there in the pit, and they just got corralled so quickly before they could react at all.
Yeah, honestly, the combo, the wall coming in, Faker going so close, right on the back line, throwing the combo and then flashing out, and Zeus has time just to get in. Yeah, I mean, this is kind of what I was talking about as well with this composition of Quantum Freaks. If they get on top of your backline, you're in big trouble. And it felt like they went towards more power for the Jax by pairing with the Sejuani, rather than something like a Maokai, which is good at like defending and peeling. Once, the Aatrox reaches the backline, there's nothing you can do.
Yeah, the Aatrox and the Nocturne, and even sometimes the Talia
Yeah,
as well. Like
sometimes
Faker
the Callista as well.
Yeah.
Probably the Callista, actually.
Okay, he's going to spot him because, once again, trying to play around the Jax, but just feels a little bit lackluster. I mean, they're 9,000 gold behind. They don't really have much pressure. There's Zeus. He feels the pressure himself, and now we got a big rotation coming on in. A lot of pings here from the side of Quantum Freaks. His owner is going to be spotted, and Fear should come in. Zeus is pretty far away from this, though. Still trying to force the fight as the Chains of Corruption will come down, and yes, owner gonna get flashed on, takes a ton of damage, but they just can't kill him finally. We do have Bull to take him down, as now Zeus is pretty unkillable himself on this lethality Aatrox, and yeah, they're gonna put a lot into him, but it's not quite enough. As now Carrion, he's just running at the enemy team as he might fall here, as finally Bulldog takes him out, but after so much was utilized, and they do get aced.
Yeah, prime example of the Callista being on the back line. 8-3 now for this Callista AD carry, and 4-1 for the Varus support. Let's be real, okay? It's definitely that way around. But yeah, I mean, this has kind of just been from minute one, the domination for the bot lane.
Hey, Guma's got the most damage in the game, okay?
Wow. I mean, that's just broken support items, right?
Surely.
Yeah.
Don't look at the actual items.
Don't look at the actual items. But yeah, I mean, Cuz ends up overstepping a little bit, but the problem is, Dudu has no mana, and it's just 2 of them. There's no way to easily get in and support. We do have the Jin'll coming out, but by this point, Dudu's already dead. Quantum Freaks try and kill this Aatrox, who is just immortal. And then suddenly Kerry is flashing in to kill Andal and Cuz. I mean,
he did pay for it, but he also did set up the ace, so
yeah,
I don't think he cares too much.
I don't think he's...
Although he does oftentimes complain about his KDA right at the end of the game when they're diving Fountain.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm sure he's going to be happy with that one regardless.
I think he's pretty fine with it. Also 3 items, like 3 full items, not just like 3 including the support items.
Yeah.
Opportunity and Ghostblade aren't cheap as well. I'd actually be interested to see the gold. I mean, I'm pretty sure Kerry has more gold than Bull at this point.
That wouldn't surprise me at all, as they are trying to kill Faker here, who is kind of just hanging out by himself in mid lane, just doing Faker things, I suppose, but he is going to pay for that one as chains do come down. They're trying to set up this fight as Cuz, he's very tanky, and he will survive. Lots of poke just come down, and they're just going to Fate's Call out of this one, play it safe for now. As Guma does throw himself over the wall, look for a bit more poke. But yeah, just trying to exert as much pressure as possible right before this Hextech Soul Drake does get spawned.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I like the idea of going for these picks. It's pretty good from Quantum Freaks. They might look for an angle on Guma. Remember, no cleanse, no Callista ult now. But they have 40 seconds to try and find an angle to fight this. Faker's going to be up soon and has teleport and the Hex Gate, so not really a problem. But yeah, Faker just... You can see the team trying to apply pressure in the bot lane, and Faker's kind of solo pushing and just die.
It was a nice setup. I mean, yeah. Quantum Freaks cleared out all the vision on the blue buff side of their jungle, so Faker didn't know if they were there. And yes, he was very far forward, but just to applaud Quantum Freaks for a nice little setup there. And T1, they just elect not to fight it, as now Owner has respawned.
Yeah, once again, I mean, I feel like Zeus is getting so much value of these Hex Gates. Ando's half HP and Aatrox is there.
Oh no. Wait.
Wait, no! Oh god!
The horror, as now they're going to dive into this backline. We do have Bull in a lot of trouble as well, as he can't get away from the fear. He doesn't have any summoners. I mean, let's be real, they're down 13,000 gold, and T1 are just playing with their food. And yeah, I don't think Cuz is going to die, although Owner's going to try to up his damage number as much as possible.
Yeah, he wants that one kill. He hasn't got one yet this game.
He and Andal on the same amount of kills, actually, so yeah.
Yeah.
Trying his best.
Equal impact. No, not quite. Yeah, I mean, the flanks from Zeus have just been... Oh!
All right, flash forward. Faker trying to create some more action, as they normally do. As unfortunately, Andal is going to hit his 9th death in this one. Another seismic shove comes out, and the game will end. And there you go. That was a game of League of Legends. And there was a pretty massive lead in this one. Carrier just gonna run off the stage, does a little pirouette. He'll be happy with himself for this one.
I just feel like this game must be so frustrating for Quantum Freaks because, you know, they even try to put some attention top lane. It didn't matter. Zeus was still a monster. They try to match bot lane pound for pound, failed miserably. And they got some good picks in the mid game. And then as soon as it got to those team fights, it just didn't matter. It just felt like, you know, definitely you can switch up the strategy. I'm glad they were still looking for those picks, but they really just felt outmatched in this game.
Yeah. Everybody still, you know, they go into the booth after a game like this and they're all very serious, listening to the coaches and ready to learn even after a game like that. And yeah, I mean, what do you take away from this one as Quantum Freaks? Maybe, you know, we tried to go for the fight fire with fire angle in the bottom lane. It did not work. We tried to get our top side fed. It wasn't enough. And maybe a new strategy for game number 2, because that one did not work at all. As guys, T1 1-0 after the first game. We're going to take a quick break and have the space. We'll be right back.
일단 등적으로 싸워도 돼. 쌈 봐야 될 듯?
거의 쌉니다 이거.
아래 풀 야, 애쉬 잡았어. 나 이거 오케이. 야, 나 갈랐어. 얘네 갈려있는데. 갈려있는데.
오케이. 진짜 좋아.
정면 좋아.
진짜 왔어 우리.
정면 다 잡았다.
바텀 와볼래?
미드로
바텀
갈게.
가자,
일단.
미드 가자.
아,
올 수 있는 게 없어 여기?
나 10킬 찍어야 되는데.
뭐다 여기?
왜요?
세주 노큐?
애쉬 10초다. 끝나긴 하겠다. 애쉬
애쉬
아직도
잡을만한데?
애쉬 아직도 높을. 탱좀. 아, 안 된다. 잡을만해? 아, 내꺼. 잠깐만, 한 입만. 일단 에버지.
나 기도 1초.
잠깐만. 이제.
이제
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the space. I'm Atlas, I'm joined by Wolf and Chronicler, as you could see just there, and we're here to break down game number 1, T1 versus Kwangdong Freaks. This one, we thought was going to be a difficult one for Kwangdong Freaks, but we didn't think it would be quite so difficult towards the bottom side of the map so early on. Well, maybe we did. I'm not entirely sure. Let's jump into the draft, gentlemen. Take us through what happened here.
Yeah, we always knew this was going to be tough. There was one of two possible answers that you try into T1. Either you try to match them and then you lose and then the bot lane is over, or you pick scaling and then you lose the bot lane harder and the bot lane is over. Those are the two flavors that you get. In this one, they tried the match.
Yeah, and they did it with a Jhin, which I wasn't 100% about. I think it's really good with the Hui if you can get to late game team fights. And it was kind of shocking to me that T1 decided to ban Lee Sin instead of banning the Sejuani that clearly had a lot of synergy with the rest of the comp. Ashe arrows, obviously, if you could set up a single target for Jhin, an Ashe arrow comes through, Jhin does a ton of damage. Hui also fantastic with the Sejuani, as we saw in some of the good parts of this game for Kwangdong. And then also Jax was still up. So I thought the Sejuani should have been banned here by T1. And Cuz was the one hope, the one shining light for this team with this draft because of it, but it wasn't enough.
Yeah, Dudu already tried as Jax into double AD carry, but at that point the game was already kind of done. So we were also really, all of us were like, oh, it's Nico when the Nocturne came in. And then Taliyah is quite strong on this patch, and I think Taliyah does give you a little bit of added safety into Jax Sejuani. I imagine that was the thought process. But Faker ulting in on Taliyah doesn't have the same immediate impact as a Nico flank from the Nocturne. So, and it was permanently banned against T1 before it was taken away. So maybe T1's like, do we really need Nico?
Yeah, who knows? Let's have a look at the first highlight here, which is the beginning of the end for Kwangdong Freaks. Honestly, we basically only needed this highlight, but we wanted to have another one afterwards as well. So we can jump into it. And this game, like, honestly, this whole lane is dictated by this play.
Yeah, and unfortunately, Andil wants to step up a little bit too far there. They have the heal, and then Keria gets level 2 off the kill, and then it's really easy on the follow-up. And then in the second variant of this, Owner comes down, Andil loses a ton of his health trying to clear vision, and at this moment, we were all just watching this going, they both are dead. There is no way they get out of this one. The wave is crashing, there's no hope, and there's no answer, unfortunately, for Cuz, who was topside, and Bulldog, who's playing Hui, can't roam down and assist. There's obviously Taliyah there. They knew that it was doomed. That's why he was clearing the ward. He's like, I think I might be dying soon. I better check. And then he did.
It really is like we're back in last year's spring, where literally the game just gets decided this early, and it's really easy to be like, just ban the 80 carries, but there's so many, and then even if you do ban all of those, then you'll just get rolled by something else.
And you just go back to the draft as well. This was like blue side first and second pick. The
Not even a bad. Like the Ashe pick is
well,
good,
yeah.
Otherwise you get booped by it.
They had every opportunity to do everything about it. They tried their very best to do everything about it, and then it still happened. And we're going to dive into the second highlight here. There were a lot of shenanigans that did happen in this game. Honestly, there was a moment where Kwangdong almost found their way back. And then it was over.
It looked kind of cool for a second there, and then this fight happened and it was all over.
The cool thing about this fight, too, is, I mean, there's no Nico ult with the Nocturne, which would have been even stronger than what we saw here, but even the Weaver's Wall has some synergy there because you put the wall up, Aatrox is coming in on the flank, unfortunately Dudu on the wrong side of that fight, and then you're kind of trying to kite away from everything, but you can't see. There's a wall, there's terrain. It's just hellish, honestly, what the game state was like at that point. Aatrox, I'm tired of seeing lethality on this shit.
Get it out, man.
I'm so over it. I'm so over it.
Because we were actually talking about this as well. Previously with Duskblade, it really felt like there was a really thin line you had to walk, where if you did get the payoff, it was really big. But now you also don't take damage. Love Profane Hydra.
Yeah.
Cool. And Edge of Night, cool. Great combo.
Yeah, so let's jump into our POG and see who's going to pick it up here. I think that everyone probably has a different idea of who's going to win it, but Keria definitely deserved on this Kalista. I think the entire early game revolved around him. Only got to 9 kills, though, and he did state during the game that he really wanted 10. And Guma was confused as to why.
The draft, I think, is just one of those highlighting, or this game shows why we see so many Ashe bans in draft and why Kalista is often banned. And, like, it was a really nice trap from T1 because if you don't pick Ashe, you get Varus Ashed as your Kalista. Even the Bull, very good Kalista player, right? So he wasn't able to pick it, but then they gave it over. And Keria will just play Kalista support with Varus. He doesn't care. He's done it in the past. And that first win that was well set up by him is really what the game was about. Then we got to see some cool stuff around the map, you know, whatever. I almost voted for Lethality Aatrox, but luckily I have two co-casters here who told me like that it was just not moral to do so, and so I didn't do it.
It's like the Cassante voting, right? It's just...
Corky voting, Zeri voting. It's like all of those sorts of things. You don't really like that. We've got the curious Gumayusi vote, and then the Lethality Aatrox.
He did his job in helping to win bot lane. I think he played a really clean game.
Absolutely. You go get him. But now it is time to head towards game number 2. Take it away, gentlemen.
Thank you, Spacers, for that wonderful breakdown. Game number 1, very heavily going the way of T1 off of the back of this guy, not Zeus and Guma, although they did help out. 6 out of 8, it's good enough. You know, the entire team kind of rolled them, so what are you going to do?
Yeah, I did it yesterday. I'm not against people doing like a little honorable mention vote, but it is dangerous because we only have 8 votes, you know. But I guess when we had more votes, we also had media, which made it even more dangerous. It just, you know.
Yeah, I guess it is a little bit dangerous nowadays with the lack of media, but that's okay. It's fine. You have a voice, you have a vote.
Yeah.
It's better than what me and Atlas have, which is absolutely nothing.
Yep.
Except a bunch of other people that have
You don't have the right to vote, you know?
So Quantum Freaks have selected the red side here for game 2. I actually don't mind this, although I do think that blue side is very strong right now, and with the buffed champions, it does feel like you want to ban away more of them, but
I think this is the right call.
Change it up.
I think counter pick is so problematic for against T1 that I think going on the red side might alleviate some of those issues, but it's still concerning. And it also means you get less bang for your buck out of the bans because you're going to have the ban Senna. They're not doing it now. Okay, they'll third ban is Senna.
This is what I was worried about, because you just have too much to ban away.
No, it's fine, because they ban Senna third, okay?
Yeah, and they're going to play Callista.
No, that's okay. You can live with that. You can try and work out something that beats it, but as long as they ban Senna, it's fine. Yeah, Nautilus being banned, I think really frees up a lot of these double AD carry lanes.
Huh.
See, look, T1 ban it, you know? They're fine with it. They're ready for the Senna first pick, but I don't know why they are, because Quantum Freak's going to ban Senna. I don't even know why I'm talking about it, because it's just going to happen. Oh my god. Well...
I don't have anything to say.
Yeah,
I mean, that's just not... Now, okay. A lot of people are matching the Senna with the Smolder, and we are going to see the Hui coming out here as well.
See, we've seen...
But now we're going to see Aatrox Tom Catch.
So it's actually, we've seen a consistent theme in the LPL that Smolder is often played into Senna and is doing better in that region than here. I feel like one of the things, though, is that Smolder's so inactive until he gets to his stack point, whereas Senna isn't. But it's not just the Senna, it's also the fact that you give so much freedom to your support, you know? A lot of people focus on Senna like, oh, she's going to get so much stack, she's going to have so much range. The thing is, like, it's not just about Senna being, like, a strong champion in and of itself. It's the fact that, like, your support is 1.5 times enemy support. And when you already have a really competent support player, multiplying by 0.5 is really valuable. And we kind of saw that in the last performance when T1 got Senna Tom. It wasn't really about Guma as much as it was about this immortal Tom Kench. So, you know, at least Quantum Freaks have, you know, they have a range element with the Hui again, which I think is important into the Senna. And they have scaling elements, but, you know, they're going to have to hold on tight because they're in for a bumpy ride.
Yeah, I think you kind of hit the nail on the head, right? If there's one team you don't want to do this against, it's T1. And that's because they have Keria. And he's not the only support that can do this, but he's the best at it. And not to mention Guma's a fantastic Senna player as well, and it's really strong. Plus, you don't deny Aatrox away again, so Zeus is going to pick that one up. Not too surprising at all.
You know, we saw the Smolder win against the Senna the other day when it was DRX Bro. I feel like part of that was we just didn't see the pressure come out from the Senna Tom. Like, again, you don't just play to scale, especially in this matchup. I don't think T1, as you said, are ever a team who are just going to, you know, chill back and play for Senna stacks. That's just not their MO. So we'll see what else Quantum Freaks want to bring up. The Sejuani is still open, so that's kind of been something they've really lent towards when it's been available. They're actually going to opt for the Gnar now into the Aatrox and keep their jungle pick hidden for now. You know, obviously they already know the top matchup, so I don't think they necessarily need to, which makes me think maybe they have something interesting they want to bring out.
I think the Ahri Nocturne duo is good bans here from Quantum Freaks because you deny Nico Nocturne, you also deny any Ahri pick for Faker.
Vitalia here.
That's also
really strong. Into Hui Smolder, there's not much you can really do against that. Yeah, looks like they're just going to drop that. And when you have a pick like Smolder who, you know, is pretty short ranged, even when you get to your stacks, if you get Violted into Sentinel, into Talia, you know, you're just dead.
Yeah, maybe they should have banned Vi instead of Ahri, actually, on second thought.
Yeah, perhaps. And maybe you get the Volibear. The Volibear did get a lot of buffs on this patch. He's been very popular in top lane in solo queue because of some of the item interactions he has with Ingenious, but in jungle, we did have that game where it didn't really go well yesterday. But ultimately, you have decent single target lockdown, very good early dueling. I think the hope here is that by bringing out this Volibear who's strong early, the Gnar who has a lot of lane presence, they're hoping that they can kind of alleviate some of the issues the bot lane is going to have. Especially because, like, you know, it's not just the Smolder, but Smolder Alistair, you're not going to get to touch the wave until, like, the enemy bot lane is, like, level 3. Like, the level 1 of Tom Senna is very strong.
Yeah, I mean, you just got to sit back and farm under turret, basically, and hope that you don't get dove. I would assume Alistair can help against that pretty well.
You know, what I will say about the Senna is, I don't know if you know this, is actually on a 1-loss streak right now.
Yeah, you know? If you look at the last match,
and
more losses than wins.
Yeah. If we specifically just take that one exact example,
yeah,
pretty good.
And it was our two bottom teams in the LCK. Might have had a small effect on it, but, you know, don't want to assume anything. Either way, guys, we're ready to hop onto the Rift for game number 2. T1, 하나, 둘, 셋.
T1 fighting!
Quantum Freaks, 하나, 둘, 셋.
Guangdong fighting!
All right. Well, let's see if the Gambit pays off, and if they can get through the early stages of the game. Envy in that game when he was playing Smolder, when they did leave it available, he did get to 225 stacks at about 21.5 minutes, which was relatively fast. Again, not a lot of pressure from DRX in that game. This should be a different scenario where the Smolder is getting pressured a bit more. But I do want to keep an eye on Bull and see just how well he can stack it up.
Yeah.
Because if he does reach a certain point and the game is relatively even, you know, we've seen crazier things happen. I'm not saying it's likely, but this is kind of what they're banking on, I would say.
Yeah, it's not impossible. It's definitely what they're looking for. He has got the Doran's Blade start with Fleet Footwork, so yeah, I've talked about this a lot. There was a Doran's Ring Comet start, which is like more early power. But if you want to stack as quick as possible, you go this, you max Q from the start, you don't put points in W. And they also did tweak him a little bit on this patch, nerf some of his AP ratios, which, you know, was trying to make it a little bit harder just to easily navigate lane. You know, honestly, they're going to touch minions, which is a pretty good start, all things considered.
Well, they did. Touch the minions.
I'm saying they got to, yeah.
Yeah, and it's kind of... Guma and Carry aren't really touching the minions themselves.
Yeah, they're just trying to hit Bull and Andal as much as possible.
Kind of just letting it crash. As Guma is personally on a 15-game winning streak of Senna. So this is outside of the 17-game winning streak of Senna amongst multiple different players. Guma has his own separate winning streak of Senna over multiple years. Not even just recent patches.
Well, wouldn't it be cool if they broke that? I think that's the takeaway that they're trying to illustrate, not the overwhelming odds. But regardless, you can see this is a point where they've hit level 2. Very dangerous against Senna Tom, just on the fact that if you land that route from the Senna, it's a guaranteed knock-up with the Tom Kench. Just applying pressure as much as possible here. Yeah. It's always funny when you have these sort of matchups where it's like a scaling bot lane, because you just end up with a Tom having way more CS than the Smolder. Already at like 17. And
yeah. It's very funny for the Tom Kench.
Yeah, for sure. Very funny for the Tom Kench is, and for us, I guess.
Yeah, for the viewers, you know.
Well, not the Kwangdong fans, maybe not.
Yeah, for some of the viewers. You can see a nice amount of poke coming out from Bulldog, but now he just has to flash. So kind of unfortunate. He kind of missed everything, and then Faker just walked up and put that seismic shove right under his feet with rocks on the ground, so he kind of forced to flash away from that one.
Kind of one of the things with the Hui is, you know, definitely a high skill cap champion, and Bulldog's had some great games on it, but very skill shot reliant. You know, if you do end up overstepping, throwing out a few too many abilities, he has like 15 different abilities, but if you miss them all...
Oh, the flash comes forward, and yes, he's going to dodge one, but you can't dodge the second flash engage as Owner comes in, picks up first blood just as easy as that.
Yeah, you know, I think maybe if Fake had landed the seismic shove, they wouldn't have had to commit the 5 flash, but regardless, they get the kill anyway. And that's kind of, you know, just a hallmark of good jungling where something occurs in your lanes, like a summoner advantage, just occurs naturally, and you instantly look to punish it.
Okay, flash forward, trying to get on top of Guma here as, look at this, Cuz is here as well. That's a nice little conversion down on the bottom side of the map as Angel sets one up.
Yeah, really well played from Andol, finding an opportunity to punish the Senna, and Guma wasn't able to flash away in time. Sometimes, if you're quick enough, or like the Alistar has too much to walk to get behind you, you can actually flash in time to get away, but wasn't able to there. Yeah, I think if the shove came in, he would have right where Owner flashed. I think that's where he would have been. And here, I think just Andal was closer. I think Guma was a little bit too close. If you're further away, then flash Q, you can't follow up the W in time before it's flashed. So Andal finds a great angle. They get a kill. It's still 35 CS to 19, but you know, Bull getting a kill definitely helps a lot in that situation.
Oh no. It looks like Andal there, he tried to headbutt the cannon away, try to, you know, get the aggro away from it, so perhaps Bull will get there on time. It didn't work. As Bull was just trying to run back to lane here. He does have TP, but didn't elect to use it. So either way, it was a cannon wave, so he does get some of that CS, and now he has TP for after he gets poked out here.
Yep, you know, has the backup. Plate gonna go down as well, so the AD pressure's coming in already. You can definitely see that. The kill helps to alleviate that. And you know, we saw obviously Cuz come down, but I'm not sure how needy he was in that bot side play. Oh, Owner's just starting the dragon. And Cuz has eyes on this? I feel like you can contest it. I feel like you can contest this for sure.
Andal's not there. Obviously, Cuz can do it alone. Last second, but Keria and Guma are coming in here, and they are going to check this brush. Even a wall comes down. They knew they were there somehow, as now trying to fight this against Cuz. Keria in a little bit of a rough spot here, does take a bunch of damage, and now he's trying to back away from this one, flap over the wall, and now Keria once again getting followed up on the damages coming through, but they don't quite have enough, as now Andal in a rough spot, doesn't have flash himself, and Keria's going in! He's looking for knockups here, he is looking for plays, and he will sacrifice himself to give the team some extras. Cuz does get rooted up, but he should be fine. And T1, they get the dragon and a couple of kills.
You know, I take back everything I said. You cannot contest this. They try their best. The dragon's already gone. Owner really not taking much damage at all from the dragon. I think, honestly, just be able to clear that one up pretty quickly. I think the extra gold helped him out there. You know, he'd backed, he got items, he was pretty strong. We'll see the replay. And yeah, he was very quickly killing that dragon. And then Keria goes in a little bit aggressive here. Andal's showing up, but the problem is, yes, they're focusing damage on a Keria, but look how much damage has already gone down on a Bulldog. Bull has to disengage, and Guma's just free hitting this whole time. Like, Andal's chunked, Cuz chunked, Bulldog chunked, and then Keria goes in for more.
Yeah. I feel like he didn't necessarily have to, but it ends up being a 1-for-1 trade with him and Bulldog, which, you know, gives the kill over to Faker, and I think Keria will take that. He's already got his POG of the day, I suppose, and he's willing to take a little backseat for now. As a nice little engage now onto Guma. Keria does have the Devour, and he's actually looking to use it aggressively here onto Andal, who does not have flash himself, as now Keria, well, he does have Owner coming on in, and he is quite tanky, but can Cuz and Bull do enough damage to him? The answer is no, although ult forward is now, he's gonna get assisted in the flash in,
No.
It just looks silly. Oh no, as now Bulldog is in a lot of trouble. And by Bulldog, I mean Bull, of course. He is going to go down as Faker just going to join the party when they give that kill over to Keria.
This is part of the problem, is that Tom just becomes immortal. You know, you have the healing from the center, but also just, I just find it insane how long he survived. And Quantum Freaks fell for the trap. Oh.
All right, well, they're going to fight it again as here comes Mom. And that was it. Yeah.
Yeah, your mom can't fight all your battles. You know, you're going to have to do a little bit more on your own.
Just yelled the bully away, I guess, for now.
But yeah, I just... it feels like Quantum... Oh. Okay. I think they could have killed him, maybe, if Faker stayed. But regardless, I feel like Quantum Freaks keep falling for the bait, where Keria plays super aggressive. And so instinctively, like, we should target him because he's so pushed forwards. And then they just don't realize that the investment to kill him is just never worth it.
Trying to dive Zeus here, actually a decent chance with the Volibear, but Cuz doesn't have ult, which, let's see, the ult here from Bulldog will land. And that should be enough damage now, as Owner is here, but it is a 1v3 situation. He is going to force the flash out of Dudu, as he takes a bunch of damage himself and will back away for now.
Yeah, do not. You know, nice to get that trade. What am I seeing?
Just slapping the turret.
Yeah. I mean, it's just the final form of carriers when he becomes a solo laner. You know, very fed already. I feel like the bot lane's started to go out of control. If it isn't already, it's 2,500 gold lead before 10 minutes. It's a problem already. And one of the things as well is that typically when you're playing, you know, Senna, you're fasting, you're not farming as much, you're going to be behind in gold. Because of all the kills and plates they've been picking up, I think Guma's going to end up ahead compared to Bull.
Yeah, we've seen it before. Wouldn't be the first time. You know, you got your support item as well. It can all kind of snowball and stack pretty heavily. When you are playing the Senna, you're getting the gold from the souls as well. As we're going to take another look at this dive. Nice to set up from Quantum Freaks.
Yeah, good roam from Bulldog. Just able to secure this. You know, it goes on a little long because there's flashes trying to get support for the team. But they're able to get out. And the thing is, because Faker's actually leaning bot here, Carrier's nowhere near, Guma's nowhere near. Ona gets the flash, but he can't really go more aggressive than that.
Yeah. And speaking of which, we're back on the bottom side of the map again. Bulldog is almost dead. And by Bulldog again, I mean Bull. Now, here we go. We got a Vi on top of him as Flash comes in. He is going to flap away, but Owner is tanky enough. Meanwhile, we did have Ondil go down because it's just falling apart right now as Cuz under a lot of pressure. And they'll just wait to reset this one. Who will get the kill? It will be Keria to slap him with his tongue.
They just dove a Volibear Alistair.
Yeah.
I mean, this is the problem as well. You start to bleed out against this Tom. It's so easy to dive. You just walk under, hit him, you have your shield, you're ready to go. It's like a 4,000 gold lead now. You know, maybe, I'm going to say this might be controversial, Brendan.
Okay.
Maybe they should have banned the Senna.
How could you say something so bold, so brave? Bulldog's ganking again, but Zeus is much tankier. Do they have the damage? They're so close, and they will get him. I was fearing for them there just a little bit, as Ondil here is going to be caught in transition. Faker just throwing a bunch of rocks at him.
Does he have to flash?
He's going to flash in as now just alley-ooped over to Cuz. Faker in a lot of trouble. Will pick up the kill. And then eventually does go down to Dudu.
You know, I don't think Andal needed to go in for that final stun auto. You see, he thought he had his E stacked up, but he... Oh, not again.
Oh, no. He's going to land the stun as there is the Devour. And Cuz is here, but it just does not matter. As Keria is like, yeah, you want to go, buddy? Let's go.
How does this happen every game?
Yeah, I don't know. You gave them Senna, but you also gave Keria Tom Kenshin a reason to play it as the Grey Health comes in. They flash forward, and they will take them down. As here's Bulldog. He's going to give it a try. And this time, Keria will actually go away. I thought he was going in again, but instead he'll just sacrifice his
okay.
Senna.
Cuz was actually the one who got the kill credit there, by the way.
Yeah, that was close.
Yeah, that was very close to an execute. You know, I've said it like 7 times this game. maybe it was a bit of a problem giving Carrier gold. Maybe you shouldn't give Carrier. You've already seen what he could do without farming on the Callista. Now you're letting him farm?
Yeah.
Yeah, and
this was the lead up into the dive. That's why Bull got just chunked out, and they're just corralled under the turret. They can't do anything.
yeah, there's no out. You know, the Tom has the gobble still, so you can't even try and focus someone down. The Tom can take aggro so easily. They've already got 2 dragons at 13 minutes. They could have soul by 21 minutes.
Yeah, and it's 2 good souls back to back here for T1, as if they needed anything else. Hextech into what will be a cloud in a couple of dragons, which just will be very nice. I mean,
Yeah,
Tom Kents loves it, Vi loves it, Aatrox loves it.
It's not even that, like, Guma has, like, a little bit more gold than Bull. He is, like, 1.2k gold ahead of the farming Smolder.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I think trying this into some teams, it can work, or in other regions, right? But T1 are just so proficient at doing this exact thing that I just don't think this was the opportunity
Carrier has the
to
most
try
gold in the
it,
game.
right?
Carrier
Yeah.
has the most gold in the game. What would you even say to that?
There's nothing to say. I mean, it's like,
Stop giving Carrier
insane.
gold. It's
Insane.
It's not okay. It's just not. It's never gonna work.
well, they gave it the old college try, and it didn't work. 5,000 gold the lead for T1.
Yeah, Bull has 100 stacks. So I mean, it's just basically from here. It's gonna be us watching Bull stacks, and we'll be like, oh, he's pretty close, getting closer. While T1 just look to end the game. You know, maybe Quantum Freaks can find some more picks on Azaius. I think might be the strategy.
That has been the strategy for many a team against their stronger teams, even against Gen G as well. You know, there were multiple games where Keen was being targeted in the side lane while the rest of the map was just being absolutely smothered and crushed. And similar thing happening to Zeus in games 1 and 2. Just try to focus where you're not losing. It's a nice strategy, but it's just not quite enough. You know, it feels like a trade, but it's not.
Yeah, I also think the thing is that you end up seeing T1 get so much, because it's not just they get the kills or they get a big gold advantage, but they also get both the dragons and...
Well, Bulldog in a little bit of trouble here. Faker is going to take an ult to the face as he is holding on to that seismic shove for quite a while. This is just a straight up 1v1. Thought maybe Owner would join up, but he had better things to do with taking the Rift Heralds here.
Yeah, I mean, try to bolt, it's not a big deal, but just a very aggressive play that didn't really pay off. Faker trying to get that POG to match Chovy. I think that was it.
Yeah, just trying to keep up.
Aware.
Yeah. It's not the easiest thing to do at this point. And you said it at the top of the day, like T1, bit of a warm-up going up against Quantum Freaks because they do have Gen G later in the week. And I can almost guarantee you that we will not see the Senna in that game.
Yeah, I mean, I think Gen G could be watching this series and they'll go, guys, I think we should ban Senna against T1 when we're on red side.
But it is curious. I mean, there are a lot of different options to go for. Again, like we saw the fight fire with fire. Yeah, this is Carrier TPing in. As we are going to disable the turret, but again, this is the Aatrox as he flashes in, hits the sweep spot, and the desperation does not look great as Bulldog is in a lot of trouble here as well. They'll just give this kill over to Zeus because, to be honest, he doesn't have quite enough. He needs to catch up as Guma here in a bit of trouble, and Faker is not quite able to help him out. And Bull will also go down. This is looking like a straight-up ace as Zondil's just kind of running around in circles. And that will be the ace as T1 will also take the dragon.
Yeah, I mean, they try to go with the leading play of killing Zeus, and it seemed like T1 had cottoned on to the fact that that was their strategy. Very quick replay coming out of this. Yeah, they don't quite finish off Zeus before the ult comes in from Owner to stop the damage. And then it kind of just gets manic. Bulldog regretting that TP, wishing he could go back a few years to cancel it. And then Guma ends up icing. Look at Carrier, by the way. Carrier could have come over and gobbled it. Or try to help him. He's like, no, my gobble is for opponents only. That is how I play the game.
Based. That's how you play.
And he steals the kill as well from over the wall.
Over the wall, licking them. He's not having a serious game anymore. Like, he's just having a lot of fun.
Yeah, Senna's not the problem. I think we've firmly established. It's the Tom. It's facilitating this. Level 11 as well. So yeah, I mean, we were kind of talking about the game as if it was doomed. It seems very doomed now.
Oh well, Owner's gonna get in there once again, just healing up a ton with the Sundered Sky, not really able to do any lasting damage as they get flashed on here. Keria just gonna flash lick. As Bulldog still on the run. Keria says, okay, I've done my job there. Now I need to go steal some other kills down in the top lane. Zeus is like, guys, please, someone help me. As it doesn't really even seem like he needs too much help, but Keria is here to steal the kills after all. And that he will. Kind of surprised he didn't go for the lick there onto Andal. He is missing a lot of KDA, and you know what? He's giving kills over. Good guy, Keria.
Not my T1 support. I don't know. I don't know what he was doing there. He's only got 4 kills. Come on, man.
Yeah, really slacking in this one. Owner did go legendary, by the way. 8-0.
Yeah, Owner's had a pretty good game. Which means, right, here's the big takeaway from the series. T1 keeps stealing POGs from Faker, and he's not going to be able to catch Chovy on the back of the
Not fair.
It's really not fair. You know, I feel like his teammates are working against him in that manner. They are winning the game, which some people see as the more important thing.
Yeah.
I don't know. POG points pretty relevant.
Yeah. Bulldog, he went back, he bought an arm guard, he sold it, picked up a Haunting Guise, sold that, and then picked up another arm guard. Uh-oh. Well, he is going to go into his Unbreakable Will, which I hope he's got that for this series.
I imagine going through this cycle, you're like, what item will win me the game? And you're like, not that one, not that one, not that one.
Okay, the first one I chose. Yeah, dude is dead. He's never going to survive against that.
Yep.
I do feel like Quantum Freaks, they kind of identified after game 1. They were like, well, we can't really win fighting fire with fire, so let's take a bunch of massive risks and see if it works. It didn't work, but, you know, props to them for giving it a try. And
no, they changed strategy. That was the criticism. It's like, look, you can't match T1's bot lane with, like, the double AD carry thing. It's not going to work.
Yeah. Oh, he could devour him. Oh, he's actually going to use it. Nicely done by Keria. It seems like somebody said something, and now he seems to care about his teammates. Very strange. Guma is going to get that kill, and Zeus does live to fight another day.
Yeah. But as I was saying, like, it felt like, you know, someone said, look, we can't fight fire with fire. We have to change the strategy. And then they've learned that they also can't use scaling. We'll call that fight fire with water. So they're going to come out of this game like, well, what is the answer, you know? Yeah, I'm not sure either, but this definitely wasn't it. I think that's the takeaway.
Yeah.
Last game didn't actually look this bad.
You know what's also good against fire? I think is rock type. You could try that. And
Malphite?
Yeah, maybe that's the answer. Or maybe you just gotta ban away fire, right? Just don't allow them to play fire.
Maybe just ban Senna. I still think they'd probably not necessarily win on the back of that, but at least they wouldn't have to play against Senna.
Yeah. It's very scary, too. I don't even mind the Jace ban that they went for, as we're just having more and more fun in this one. I wanted to talk about the draft, but T1 said no.
Oh, my Lord.
Dudu's just going to die, and then Bulldog's going to just die. Zeus gets both, and Keria's just here for moral support.
Yeah, kind of slacking, though. You know, I know we've said it, but he's really not...
He didn't even get the assist!
If he really wanted 10 kills, he'd be playing this very differently. That's all I'm saying. You know, he said at the end of the last one he wanted 10 kills. I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing the desire.
I think he's trying to hit the 3,000 assist mark, actually. As, yep, that's what happens to Smolder when the Vi is available and has Talia nearby.
Wait, quick, can we get a stack check? We need to know.
And a 16,000 gold lead.
Is it 225? Is the game winnable? Oh, I guess not. I guess if they do that, it doesn't matter how many stacks you have.
Yeah. The game is almost definitely going to end before he hits 225. I don't even know if he's that close. T1 diving turrets now is a very nice ult in that back line with a headbutt from Andil, but it just doesn't matter. The wallets are so far ahead here for T1. The levels are just so far ahead. And yeah, lots of poke coming down from the way. And cancel on the Abyssal Dive as everybody's being poked out here. Keria, they can't kill him 4v1. They got him! Finally do get him. Meanwhile, the rest of T1 was just trying to end the game, but they will be denied from doing that. Quantum Freaks, they do want to play a little bit more in this one. As, yeah, that arm guard is going to help. It actually keeps him alive in this one. So they're trying to help Dudu here in the back line. That's a kill here for the Smolder. We've seen this happen before. He's not at 225, but he's going to get some stacks on the backside of this one. Faker gets a kill, as does Zeus, who did pick up a Hubris. And yeah, the poke is not going to come down from the sky here from Bulldog. Guma going 1v1 here against Bull, and he's just chunking him out, man. The Sen is even 1v1ing the Smolder, but at the end of the day,
See,
Andal will help him.
that's how you play support. Stealing the kill right at the end. Nice, Andal. Well played there. Yeah, T1 getting a little bit silly with that one. We're at 41 kills in 23 minutes.
Yeah.
So bear in mind,
217.
we've just seen a bunch of shutdown gold go over to Quantum Freaks, right? We've just seen them kind of win a team fight there on the back of that play, and they are still 14,000 gold behind. they are still 14,000 gold behind after they got 3 shutdowns and a ton of fight. He's nearly there.
He's almost there.
Is this when the game becomes winnable?
All right, don't steal my stacks, he said.
Yeah, those are for me.
I think he just hit 219. He's almost there.
Closing in. Closing in.
Almost.
Going to be dealing with Cloud Soul, which particularly on Aatrox seems problematic.
They just got so much faster. Did you see them? Like, I was watching them specifically. Okay, Faker. Yeah, he's going to elect to not
like,
go
should
for
I?
that one.
Oh, should I? No.
Yeah. The Tibbers with the T1 headband here is looks like he's having a great time. Nice engage here from Andal. Moom is going to be called in from the sky as, yep, that was a Smolder. That was a Smolder. And no longer a Smolder anymore, as everybody is going to die if they step out of the fountain. And,
But Brendan, the stacks.
the stacks, yeah.
What about the stacks?
He did hit 225.
But they didn't win. I don't get it.
It didn't win. Okay, well, they're going to kill the Zeus, and that's about it. As Seismic Shove could be utilized, but they're just going to end the series. Probably for the best, as Keria, he hits his 4,000 assists, and we do have a 2-0 here for the side of T1. Congratulations.
Yeah, I think maybe you were right with him trying to hit the assist threshold. Maybe he had too many kills game one.
Yeah,
He's like, you have to do some more assisting in this one. Well, you know, takeaways from this series, T1, rather good. Senna should be banned.
Still very strong.
Yeah, the one loss, fake data. It didn't really establish the end of her dynasty.
Doesn't count.
Yeah, we'll just ignore that one in the numbers. And yeah, I don't think the outcome was too surprising, but you know, we talked about this being like a warm-up for the Gen G match. It felt like T1 took this one serious. Well, I say that. There were some goofy moments, but in terms of like the pressure they were applying, they were definitely weren't holding any punches.
Yeah. They got Keria his 4,000 assists, and they should be happy with that. There's Smash. He's in the audience, also cheering on his older bros here on the main T1 roster. No big celebrations from the T1 guys. Oftentimes we do see them acting out the champions that they were playing. Not this time.
One's pretty good.
And there we go. There it is. LCK 5th ever, as he does give us a little Senna, maybe.
Once again,
sure.
proving that he's the AD carry, right? You know, with little finger guns, making it very clear. But I believe there was also 300 wins was not reached. So they're going to have, oh no, that was Guma, right? Yeah, Guma could have got 300 wins. No, sorry,
no, it's 300 games.
300 games, yeah.
He hit his 200 wins.
Hit his 200 wins, didn't get the 300 games because they ended too soon. So saving that one for next time.
Unfortunate. Guma on 201 wins and 299 games, which is kind of an insane win rate when you do think about it. Above 67%. Does help when you're Guma and you're on T1.
Yeah.
Hey, it's reckless. It is an honor to wear the same uniform as you. Keep up the amazing work. Hashtags and much love from your friend, Martine.
That's really sweet. I wonder if the other ones were sweet, but I couldn't read them, so I don't know. But that one was very nice.
The other ones were also very nice.
That's sweet. That's sweet. Showing the support. Obviously, not an ideal situation when we don't have the fans here able to support the teams, but nice. We're getting a lot of support from some well-known figures. And yeah, seeing a replay of this game, yeah, we had some wacky moments. This one was really a highlight for me, where Carrier just decided he didn't believe in dying.
Yeah, he just doesn't believe in it.
Yep.
He's thought long and hard about it. He's decided that's not his thing. And he did end up dying once in this game. But yeah, not too many. And he did pick up a lot of assists here. I'm pretty sure that he knew about the milestone. Just the fact that he purposely wasn't getting kills.
And we all know that, you know, someone might have reminded him partway through the game.
Yeah.
You have moments like this where he's definitely hunting for the kills. Like, he was hoping maybe he'd get that one on Bull, but this one on Andal, straight up kill steal. I'd be getting reported if I pulled that in solo queue.
Yeah.
But T1, very understanding that Carrier gets the kills. That's how it goes.
Yeah. So the rest of the game was like, okay, T1 are 10,000 gold ahead, and they just keep fighting. Quantum Freaks never really backed down. They didn't play the turtle game. They were like, just kind of accepting their fate.
이거 메가나를 끝난다 이제. 서프라이즈 한번.
Yeah, and I think this is where we kind of see, you know, even though you have this Smolder who potentially can hit this late game, there's limited counterplay when the enemy team just opts to do this.
야, 스모더 올게.
나 거기 넣으면 안 됐다 형.
스모더
Like, I'm gonna go for Smolder. Got him.
And you know what? It whipped.
볼배.
Pull the bear. They got him.
야, 제발.
Get them.
프리인데?
I have flash.
막인데?
Or maybe they have flash.
라인 먼저.
They didn't have
아,
flash.
앞에. 왜? 아, 죽었다.
죽었는데?
폭발 걸려 있는데.
스킬 몇 초? 오케이.
1초. 아,
나이스.
Figures like, oh, one second. Oh.
What a shame. Minions doing the work. Yeah, a lot of very even damage spread, honestly. Carrier slacking a little bit, if I'm going to be real, in the damage amounts. And we kind of saw like there were moments when Bulldog was pumping at the end, but I mean, look at the goal graph. I think that says it all. 17.3k was, I think, was the peak. That was before they threw some shutdowns over.
Yeah.
That's an absurd. That's honestly a crazy amount of. Yeah, that's a lot of money.
It was a lot of money. It was kind of a silly series, this one. T1 kind of flexing in their match against Kwangdong Freaks. We are done here for the first series. We're going to throw it over to the space to break down that game number 2.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. And yes, that was game 2 between the Globetrotters and Kwangdong Freaks. And now it is time for us to break it down, really get into the nitty-gritty. And first, have a look at the draft and have a look at where it all went wrong. And I feel like it may have started pretty quickly when it came to the all went wrong. Gentlemen?
So we did see Smolder beat Senna in LCK yesterday. That did happen. Now, DRX are not known for their proactivity in the early game and control around early objectives with their Senna, but Bro was able to make it work, right? And we did see Envy scale up, outscale the Senna, and that worked out yesterday.
So you liked it?
I didn't like it.
Ooh, plot twist.
So I said this yesterday. Those who have been following the LCK for the last 2 weeks know that I personally think Smolder is like the worst pick into Senna because of everything the casters talk about. The support gets extremely big. It's Tahm Kench and it's Keria in this case. She can roam. Senna can roam, make impact around the map, has a global ultimate, skirmishes in the early game decently against scaling picks. Against Smolder, who isn't a champion until about 18 to 20 minutes in the game, she always has an advantage, so always gets to have those types of early controls over the Dragons. I personally don't care about that it's like what somebody tweeted us, like 2-1 in LPL this matchup, the Smolder. I just think it's a terrible pick into T1 specifically. I would have rather seen a Zeri here. I would have rather seen an Aphelios, maybe not Bulls Aphelios, but just from a draft perspective, I would have rather seen those picks because they can actually do something.
So the reason why we keep going on this because you all watched the game. There was not a whole lot of gameplay to really go into, and I think it is a really interesting discussion because I felt a little differently. Even though I think what we've seen in practice, it is Senna just beating everyone. I think that in this matchup, it actually doesn't really matter. And Smolder, to me, in theory and in practice in other regions, has been shown to work. Against T1, I think this is never ever going to work. But for Kwangdong, I think there can be value in just like, what if we get as much stage practice of this? What if we can pull this out against a different team that isn't T1 with Keria on a fed Kench, right? And we saw what happened when they tried to fight on T1's level in game number 1.
Well, we can actually have a look because we did have the most kills, I believe, in a series. Here we go, 46 kills in this victory for T1. So yeah, it was an absolute domination. And because the kill numbers were that high, it means this infinite scaling thing doesn't really work. Let's have a look at our first highlight though. And some of this is pretty tough to watch.
They also had you know, a really scaling composition T1 did. So it's cool that they got so many kills. No, wait, it wasn't scaling.
So the fight here, the biggest issue, like we watched the fight happen on its own, which is Andal trying to engage. They were looking for a play with Cuz to control Dragon, and it utterly failed. Obviously here, this is just Keria hitting level 6, and you're way too close there, but he hoped that Cuz was going to come bail him out, and then this play ends up being extended where Cuz thinks he can kill Keria, but Keria is Tahm Kench, has items, has healing from Guma, and he dies, but Smolder doesn't offer you anything in this fight. Like, look how little damage he does, and obviously little how damage he did on the first Dragon fight, and this is what T1 is so good at, and they didn't ban Vi, so that was a problem in the mid lane also, you know, separately from this issue here, but they didn't ban Vi, so he just comes over there and helps them out. It's going to be impossible to play out team fights. T1 is so good at getting early advantages. They usually win their games at like 8 minutes, and so I don't know, it's not lining up for me. It's not lining up for me, guys, the stacking Smolder.
Well, no, it didn't line up for Quantum Freaks either. They lost in horrendous fashion very, very quickly. Let's have a look at our second highlight here as things continued to go downhill. And the problem is that it's very steep, you know? Like, T1 at the tippy top, and Quantum Freaks are now currently sliding down.
Everything here is just, you just look at it, and we knew the moment the TP behind him came in that it would be bad. I just wasn't really expecting it to be this rough because T1, having all their summoners available, having these advantages accrued already, just got to completely run them over. Guma gives his life. Probably could have, you know, played it a bit more back, but they wanted the ace. And at this point, the game was just completely over. We had the small Smolder moment when they went from a 20k gold deficit to a 15k gold deficit.
And we have to remember as well that Smolder did manage to hit 225 stacks and then was immediately put into the death chamber and his Nexus exploded. Let's have a look at the POG for this game number 2. Is it Keria once again on the Tahm Kench? It's not. It is the almost unkillable Vi in the jungle. Owner picking it up here. Welcome back as well to Owner after he did sit out for some, because he was feeling a little bit under the weather last week, and he's back with a vengeance.
It's a cool KDA, and it is another champion that
that's
you can...
a lot of ones.
Yeah, that's a lot of ones. That you
For
can...
Oneer?
Oh! That you
Sorry.
can... No, it's great interjection. That you can look at and go, I can't believe they left this open. Like Aatrox, or Senna, or...
Orianna, or
Varus,
or Ashe,
Nico, or Nocturne.
Or Nocturne, yeah. Why didn't they just ban all those champions, though?
Get more bans
Yeah.
for teams facing T1. It's not fair.
Okay, there were some Faker votes. I thought about Faker. I was also considering Keria because he had a really nice neutralization / aggressive lane where he neutralized the Volibear plays. He was very aggressive, had some really nice team fights, but the Vi was there. The beginning was relevant in the middle and got the last kill on Smolder in the end.
I'm just surprised we didn't have any Keria votes.
Yeah, so am I. And I'm actually, I know, you know, Faker managed to get that like 1v3 kill trade towards the top side of the map, but it's been hard getting POGs on Taliyah. I feel like mid laners have slipped on the POGs because Taliyah is a more difficult champion to get POGs on. Is that just me?
I think so, because mid laners are still, I think, 1 to 4 with like a really big lead.
Oh yeah, no, but like that was from the Azir meta, you know, like you get that one sweep onto 3 people, and it is over for everyone else. What?
Grasping. He's the tank.
Oh, yes. Grasping at POGs. Let's have a look at the interview, though. So here is Dear for the translation.
Thank you very much. This is Dear for the POG interview translation, joined by Keria and Owner on the side of T1, who has reclaimed first place with their 12th victory. Owner, T1 is on a 12-match winning streak. How do you feel? I wasn't a part of the match last time, but I'm glad that we were able to continue our momentum with me coming back to stage. Yeah, welcome back, owner. Are you fully recovered now? I feel like I definitely felt the worst on the day of the match, but I believe I was able to recover day by day since then, so I'm actually feeling really good now. So what were your thoughts on Gowon's performance against OK Savings Bank Korean? I have watched him play before. I don't think I was too concerned about how he will do. I think he did really well, and that's how we were able to secure that 2-0 victory. So T1 is on a 12-match winning streak again. What are your thoughts on the team's momentum getting stronger day by day? I feel like we were able to get to this point because of the process that was involved and all the efforts that the coaching staff and the team put into growing to this point. And Keria, your Kalista support made an appearance. And Kalista support appeared on the stage for the first time after 361 days. I think last year, I think we were able to utilize the same matchup. And I believe that opponents usually don't really want to give this sort of matchup away to us, but we saw an opening and they enabled us to actually go ahead and pick this, so I think that's why we're able to pull this off. And so game 1, both teams had 4 marksman picks. So once the draft was finalized, what did you guys in the bot lane talk about? I think this is something that we had already discussed about as a team prior to the draft, so I don't think there was anything that we particularly talked about after the draft. And you playing so aggressively, your Kalista kept taking a lot of skills. And since you and Varus both bought Doran's as a starter item, any chance you told Gumayushi that he should just be on World Atlas duty? No, I didn't say that. You know, despite me playing Kalista, I am a support and I have my duty as a support, so I don't think that's an appropriate thing to say. So whenever you pick an aggressive 2 ADC comp, which player usually initiates trades? Since bush pressure and fights are really important in the early stages, and that's something that supports are a part of the support's responsibility, I think that's what makes me initiate more trades. So with you ganking the Hui after his flash was down, was this Faker's call? Yeah, so Faker was able to exhaust the enemy Hui's flash, and I think he mentioned it, so that's why I went to just take that kill for myself. So what is the benefit of playing with Talia as a jungler? I think Talia as a champion is actually really good in terms of having to play as a team player. I think she's very mobile, so she's able to regroup with the team really well, and there's so many combos that you can do with her, so that makes her an overall really good and well-rounded champion. And Owner, in Game 2, you took 11 kills on your own, and Game 2 actually set the record for the game with the highest kill count of Spring. So after we took a lot of advantages in the early games, I think we were able to create a more dominating picture, but Kwangdong actually fought back a lot, so I think that's what made it such a high kill count game. And Keria, you have reached 4,000 total assists in the LCK, and that makes you the 5th to achieve this in LCK history. I think I was able to get this to this point and rack up a lot of assists in such a short period of time, but I think that's because of how I'm able to play with such great players. I think it's nice because a lot of my teammates allowed me and enabled me to get this to this point, so I'm very grateful. And Owner, please congratulate him. I don't know how big of a deal it is if a support gets 4,000 assists, but congratulations. I think I'll definitely have to work even harder myself. And this coming Saturday will be the Saturday showdown against Genji, who you are competing for first place. What is your resolution, Keria? So we're against a good team with good players, and I believe that it would be a very fun game. And I hope that we're able to create an entertaining match for all the fans. And I would love to continue our winning streak. And Owner, I believe that both T1 and Genji will face each other in great condition. And since we lost in round 1, we'll make sure that we're able to win in round 2. And this will be the end of the interview with Keria and Owner, and back to the space.
Thank you so much, dear, for the interview translation. Great to hear from both Keria and Owner, and really good to hear that Owner is feeling so much better as well. And let's have a look at what this has changed. As I assume, not a whole lot as far as the standings are concerned. T1 remain in first place, of course, evening out things with Genji, both of them sitting at 12-1 with 1 game score in the lead.
Widening the gap between KT Rolster and Kwangdong Freaks. Even if KT do get 2-0'd by Fear X in the next series, they'll still be ahead.
Which is unlikely, but never impossible, because it is...
How is it unlikely? A 50-50 is never unlikely, Chronicler. I don't know what you're talking about.
It's equally likely as them winning, so...
Uh-huh. It could either happen or it could not happen. And that sounds like 2 options. That's a 50-50. And on that note, it is time for us to go to a short break. When we get back, we'll have Fear X taking on KT. It's okay, Chronicler. We'll be fine.
소비 선수도 강해진 모습으로 돌아왔는데 굉장히 기대되는 매치가 될 것 같습니다.
아무래도 양쪽 뮤의 폼이 엄청난 것 같습니다.
저는 겐지전에서 탑 매치업도 하나의 감정 포인트가 될 것 같습니다.
중요도를 따지자면 바텀일 것 같은데 평소처럼 잘하면 될 것 같다고 생각을 합니다.
welcome back to the LCK. We finished our first series and feels like almost record time, and now we're moving on to the second one, which will be FearX up against KT Rolster. This is a pretty interesting one. On paper, KT should be favored, but you never know with them. They are on a bit of a losing streak, as are FearX.
Yeah, I feel like it's an important one for both, as they are both facing down pretty substantial losing streaks. And to be fair, a lot of these losses have been against teams on the west side, you know, teams that are harder opponents, but bear in mind, if you make playoffs, those are the teams you will be facing, so you can't just kind of hand-wave that one away, especially KT, who are currently in 5th, I believe?
Yes.
Yeah, so, I mean, they will likely, if their current trajectory, I mean, if they keep beating the lower teams, make playoffs, and then they will have to face these teams. So I think a bounce back is definitely needed for them.
Yeah, I mean, as you mentioned, pretty difficult teams to go up against, but they didn't exactly look fantastic in those matches either, so I think that could influence how we feel about the team at the moment. They're right in the middle there at 6-6 +1. FearX at 3-9 and -12. They're at the top of the lowest tier right now, we could say, in the LCK. And getting this win, as you mentioned, it's incredibly important for them because you got to get at least 3 to catch up to Kwangdong Freaks if you even want a chance to make playoffs.
Yeah, and realistically, chances of you beating T1 or Gen G or even Home Life Esports very slim. If you're going to be getting wins against these Western teams, KT is the one who looks vulnerable right now, so FearX really need things to turn around. You can obviously see I'm talking about the teams that would be tough to face. They went 0-2 against all 3 of those that I just mentioned. Obviously a bit closer against D+. Sorry, no, that was KT who went 0-3 against all those.
Yeah.
FearX also went 0-2 against all those hard opponents, I think essentially is the takeaway. Oh no, they got 1 game against Hanwha Life.
Yeah, the 1 game against Hanwha Life Esports.
That's the difference maker. That's the sound point. But the main thing is the takeaway, they need wins desperately if they want to close that gap. The gap between 6th and 7th is super substantial. You can't look at an opponent like KT and go, oh, you know, they're a bit trickier. We're not going to be able to take them down. And it's been a bit of frustrating, I think, for both rosters who have shown potential earlier in the split, but kind of struggled since.
Yeah. We have our 2 rookie top laners going head-to-head. Perfect got the better of him the last time around, and now we have the match of a bot duos tied for 2nd place, with Guma and Keria picking up 6 duo kills in the first series today. These 2 are very far behind at 2nd, but at least they are in 2nd.
Yeah, it's hard not to be drawn to that 1st place number, but the focus really is the fact that both of these bot lanes are very bloodthirsty compared to the rest of the league. And I feel like this is always a thing where sometimes you have players who have like really high solo kills or duo kills, but they also get solo killed or duo killed in return. I think this is a little bit of that case where they play aggressive and sometimes it pays off, but sometimes it does backfire. So I expect a bloodbath in the bot lane, I'm going to be frank.
Yeah. All right, Frank, let's see how it does go in this one, and if we have Senna's banned out, because so far on 14.4, we have seen Senna get 1 loss, but that was Bro versus DRX. So again, got to take it with a grain of salt. We also just saw it stomp with the Tom Kens. Of course, that was T1, though. So what will these teams go for? Will the Senna see play? Will we see any of those new picks that have gotten buffed, like the Ahri, Jace, or Renekton? As our key player matchup is going to be the 2 supports, though.
Yeah, and I think Execute has been a bit hit or miss. He's definitely had some engage moments that have been super hype on things like the Nautilus. I definitely prefer him playing picks that are giving him the angle to engage and to play aggressive rather than the enchanters like the Millia we sometimes saw him put on. And Beryl has been Beryl, you know. I think it's safe to say he has had some really standout performances where it's looked like he's just dominated the game, things like his Sway coming out. And then also, I feel like it's not as much on him when they went through their rough streak, but definitely not performing at the same level. Although, to be honest, I feel like both him and Pyosik are definitely players where they can be hit or miss, and I think it's the jungle that's been missing recently.
Yeah, I mean, always got to harken back to DRX 2022, where they got 6th place in summer, and, you know, nobody knew they were going to make the run. The players are certainly capable of it, but you're right. I do think that they're kind of off nowadays, and unfortunately, it is a bit volatile, right? Either they're really, really on and they're looking great, or it's just a bit not there. And this could be FearX's best chance to take a win against a West Side team in KT Rolster. I feel like the only other team that they might have a chance against is Kwangdong Freaks at this point. I think even D+ would probably clear them relatively easily, but this could be a big one for FearX to try to break their streak.
Yeah, and if they lose this and they kind of only beat the teams below them, they're not going to make playoffs. And I think we're there's still a while to go, but we'll start approaching the point where people are getting locked in for playoffs. You know, we've already seen 3 teams of the 6 locked in for playoffs. It's not going to be that much longer before we see the likes of like D+, potentially KT, and then finally Quantum Freaks starting to lock in those playoff spots if you don't start picking up extra wins.
Yeah. You can see both sides prepping for this one. The Fearx side looking a little bit more nervous, perhaps, was closer. Also had a grin on his face. I am curious, again, you know, will one of these mid laners play Ahri? Potentially could come out, especially if we see more standard bans rather than like, okay, Jace, Ahri, Orianna focus, and letting stuff like Senna and Kalista through. Especially against this guy, you don't want to give him Kalista. That is for sure.
Yeah, I wonder how much focus will go towards the bot lane, because obviously we expect a bloodbath, but and we've seen a lot of times on this patch, we've seen like heavy AD carry bans come out. We also saw last series, like Nautilus banned first rotation 2 times in a row. Even with the Senna in that first game being banned, they still opted to ban Nautilus.
Yeah, Nautilus has been one that's showing up more and more. Fearx have selected the blue side here, so they get side selection for this second matchup of these 2 teams here in round 2. And we will hop right into the draft. And yeah, counter pick can absolutely be very strong on this patch where there are a lot of strong picks, a lot of strong counter picks, but I do wonder again where those bans will go for KT Rolster.
Yeah, and if you aren't aware, just a reminder that Azir has been disabled due to a bug. And I think that shakes up the mid priority a bit, you know. Things like Talia, Orianna, a bit higher prio just because you don't have as many options. And we're kind of talking about 80 carries being banned. Looks like that's going to be the case here as well. Already 3 of them taken off the cards with the Senna, Varus, and Kalista. We'll see if they do lean towards stuff like the Orianna or the Jace. Going for the Lucian as well, though.
Just saving us from Lucian Nami, perhaps. Zeri Lulu still potential, still an option.
Yeah.
Not going to be banning that anytime soon. So what will this final ban be?
You know, I feel like we've seen quite a variety with this final one. I feel like Ori, I feel like Vi are both valid. Nort is valid as well. They go for the Vi. And then Fearx, I feel like you can... I think mid lane's not that high of a priority unless you really want to secure the Orianna. Karma still... You know, we've kind of seen Karma fly under the radar a bit in the past couple of days, but still strong. And also Malignant's got that ability haste buff, so a lot of presence in mid, and in theory can be flex or support if needed.
But it only has a 34% win rate.
Yeah.
Must be a bad champ.
I feel like the pick, when it has momentum, when it's ahead, we've seen how much impact it can have, but if you're just farming, I feel like it's a little bit underwhelming. KT going to lock in that jungle mid, so Orianna I think makes complete sense. Really strong, but going for the Lee Sin, which P06 has had really good games on, but not the best delivery system for the Orianna. And Fearx will go for the Smolder. Looking to lean in the late stages, obviously with the Karma as well. If you get to those points, the massive shield makes it very hard to deal with him. And I think seeing this situation, you definitely want some reliable lockdown for the Smolder if it does get to that stage of the game. So
yeah,
Nort would be a pick you'd love to take if you're KT, but Fearx going to deny it by picking it themselves.
Vi already banned, so Vi and Nautilus, a couple of those point and click deal with the Smolder picks. And this will be Henna's first game of Smolder. Actually, he has not played it just yet. A lot of our AD carries have given it a shot, and even some of our top laners. Zeri being looked at here, this would be picked without the support, so they could easily ban Lulu, but it might just be Zeri alone.
Yeah, we need to see what it is paired with. You know, I can imagine like an Alistar we've seen quite a lot of priority on. They definitely, and that would also provide good ball delivery with the Orianna. Go to the second stage of ban, though, you can definitely target the jungle. I mean, as much as we can see the Smolder flex to top lane, I don't think we're going to see it here. Nocturne going to get taken off the cards, first and foremost. Still a lot of these tank junglers available, though, like the Maokai, like the Sejuani, which normally we've seen higher prio, and they've kind of just been left to the wayside for the time being. Although Willa is definitely someone who doesn't always follow the rules of these are the picks that are top priority in the jungle when it comes to tanks.
Yeah, the Rel's going to get banned away here. This is the Rel support, and obviously very good with the Orianna. Kind of an interesting lane, the Zeri Rel. We don't see it that often. Viego also denied away from Willer. Another pick that he has played a couple of times to losses.
You know, honestly, I wouldn't be as scared of the Lulu. Like, I think the Lulu works well into the Lucian Nami to, like, mitigate the trades and scale well. I wouldn't be as scared of it here. I think you have answers with the Nautilus, and you have a lot of scaling on yourself. I would prefer to ban more engaged supports, like the Alistair would make sense, but they're going to throw one on the Nara instead. Concerned about the counter pick that obviously KT has. And then, presumably, KT going to pick support here for Barrel and leave top lane till later.
Maokai
exists.
It is a point and click, but it is cleansable, and you have to go pretty deep for that, and generally it's used as, you know, counter engage, but still very strong, we think, the Maokai even on this patch.
Yeah, so don't think it provides the best setup for the Orianna, as obviously you often going to have to flash to close it in, but a lot of power in this pick. I saw so much success in solo queue, basically abusing Trailblazer, Swiftness Boost for that mobility, and Fearx going to pick up the Cassante, makes sense with the Narbian band away, and Graves coming out for Willer. 0% ban, 0%, yeah, haven't really seen this.
0.7% pick, so someone has played this.
And, you know, I feel like a lot of the lethality items were really nice for Graves, but I also feel like we're just kind of seeing tank junglers running the roost. And Twisted Fate going to come out in the top lane for Perfect, so a lot of power in terms of the CC offered by the pick, a lot of lane presence as well. It's not really fun playing a melee champion into that. But honestly, I think Fearx, you know, they have the Smolder Wing Con, they have this Karma Graves, which is a pretty powerful duo. I'm kind of feeling their comp a bit more. They have like the presence, the power in the mid jungle. If the Graves can get a farm lead, you can kind of just skate your way up until Smolder's strong. And, you know, Cassante's Cassante. He's going to get bullied out in lane. Who really cares?
Yeah. I'm glad that they went for something in the jungle that actually has like damage threat and scalability with this Graves, because if it's only Smolder and then you have like some burst damage from the Karma here and there, you know, Smolder dies, you lose.
Yeah.
It feels kind of bad.
You got like Karma plus tank, that would feel kind of bad.
Yeah.
And often we've seen times where like you have something like, you know, an enchanter-based pick pair when the Graves can be really powerful. Obviously this is more the poke Karma, but you still have that shielding. You're going to have Prio to be able to support, so yeah, I quite like it.
Yeah. I'm very curious to see how this is going to work out. I think Fearx have put themselves in a nice spot. KT Rolster definitely feels like a bit of a harder comp to pilot, but we'll see if they are capable of doing just that, as we are just about ready to hop onto the Rift for game number 1. Fearx on a doer set.
Fearx fighting!
KT Rolster on a doer set.
KT fighting!
Woo. Yay! Game 1. Fearx versus KT Rolster. It's so funny that Atlas said so many times, KT, you can flip a coin. You don't know what you're going to get. And they are so close to being exactly 6 wins, 6 losses, and 0 games, like, indicator.
It's a shame we couldn't get
no +1, -1, but
it's a shame we couldn't get this today, you know. We got to wait until the next series and hope that they're able to align it.
They could go 7-7, and if they win 2-1 and lose 2-0, like 0-2, then they will be at 0 and 7-7.
That's what we're hoping for. You know,
that's what we need, actually.
Perfectly balanced.
Yeah, they have perfect on the team.
Yeah, they don't have balance on the team, though.
Guy thinks he's on the team, and he is on the team. Yeah. So it should be perfectly balanced. And I just hope we can get it. A lot of fleet footwork coming out nowadays.
Yeah.
You see 3 of them in this game.
Movement speed OP. Barrel also going the movement speed shard. Every Maokai player loves movement speed. It's the dream. And first pick for Henna and Willa on both of these this season.
Yep.
To no real surprise with the Graves. And Deft's first Zeri game. You know, I feel like we haven't really seen as many Zeri moments that we have before. I don't think it's as problematic, but it's still does scale up to be pretty relevant, and it's just so hard to pin down. I think FearX definitely happy they have the Nautilus as a decent answer to that.
Yeah, I think it's going to be pretty nice for the side of FearX. Now KT getting a handle on the Smolder, if this game does go into a farm fest, will be pretty interesting, especially with the double threat that they do have. Not to mention Cassante, who is you know, half of an assassin, although he did get tapped a bit on this patch.
KT just lost that bot lane trade despite being level 2.
Yeah.
Yeah, Execute doing a good job with the W, kind of just mitigating the damage while also trading back pretty well and just free hitting. And that's the thing, I think it's going to be pretty hard really to punish in any meaningful way this Smolder in the 2v2. You know, you can see Henna and Execute going to hold the wave a little bit in front of the tower, but you have Cleanse on the Smolder, so like a flash route from the Maokai isn't going to do anything. I just don't think you really have the pressure.
Yeah. I was very curious to see Henna on the Smolder. We did talk about how it is his first pick. I think this guy does have the capability to perform, as Def just ghosted there just to play it safe. Didn't want to get hooked, but yeah, that's another kind of odd happening down in the bottom lane already for that KT duo. Oh god, that's gotta hurt. And now Piosik's like, well, I guess I just sheepishly hop this wall.
Yeah, and BDD is not having a good time in the mid lane. Out of mana, pretty low on health, bullied out, so this kind of just gives the freedom for Willet's challenge like that, but also Execute moving in, trying to get some wards down, get some control. And top lane just isn't fun.
Yeah.
But you kind of deserve that for playing Cassante.
Yeah, I think if you do choose this champ, just accept whatever you're given, you know, especially if you're going to blind it. Just deal with it, essentially. And that will be currently the one lane for the side of KT Rolster that feels good. I mean, I guess the Zeri is ahead on farm, but the wave is pushing into Henna. But yeah, that'll be the one clear lane that is feeling good for KT.
Well, I think Closer just missed that cannon.
Yeah, he did. I'm surprised that Jonas Strong did not zoom in on that one.
Yeah, really highlight the impact of it. The mental damage it dealt to him. And the wave bot has kind of just been here for quite a while in this position.
Yeah.
Henna and Execute are chilling. Honestly, Cole even picked up by Henna. That's how much they're just casually approaching this lane. They feel little to no threat. And that's kind of where I can see some issues with how do KT really start the momentum? How do they get things rolling? I think Beryl and Piosik pairing up would really be valuable. As you said, the point and click of the Maokai kind of guarantees a Sonic Wave hit.
Yeah. Thankfully, Henna did go cleanse in this game. We don't have any weirdness in the bottom side. The cleanse versus TF and Maokai going to be quite useful.
Yep.
Just cleanse flap, try to get out of any kind of wombo combo, any kind of combo at all, actually, not even just the wombos.
Yeah, the regular combos.
Yeah.
What other combos are there?
The jombos, of course.
Oh.
Yeah, you got to be careful of those.
Yeah.
The bombos. No zigs in this game, though,
No
so
zigs,
I think we're safe against that, yeah.
Yeah.
Zombos.
Oh, I mean, we all know zombos.
They don't allow the zombie map, though, in professional play, so no zombos.
No zombos. Good. A bit too spooky.
So basically just the wombos and the combos.
Yeah, those are the ones we're looking out for.
Yeah.
And yeah, I feel like any game where it's kind of a slow pace like this and not too much is coming from it, you're really chilling as a Smolder. We did see Piosik actually start the Herald on the top side, but got forced off it by, well, it picked up, sorry, not the Herald, the Grubs.
Yeah.
But got forced off it, so 2 were picked up by FearX. And the Piosik is approaching level 6, not quite there yet, but you definitely want something to happen sooner rather than later. So we can see already Beryl moving around, looking to potentially challenge the enemy jungle, and maybe look for Willa on this red spawn, or just start the dragon up.
Just do the dragon. Strategy as old as time.
Yeah.
Closer is really just chilling in this mid lane. He went Mercs first, and he just doesn't really take damage as Karma in this lane. There's the Beryl still, you know, they're doing damage to this, but very slowly.
Yeah, Henna isn't here but he's also a Smolder, so I'm not sure if Firax actually cared that he's not here.
Yeah, not level 6. Couldn't even call Mom down. And yeah, they're just going to kind of awkwardly stare at them doing the dragon and then walk away.
Just making it clear that they see them, and that's all they're making clear.
No, just standing there, menacing.
Yeah, I honestly feel like, especially pre-6 Smolder, you really have so little to offer in those fights. I think not opting in is probably the right decision.
Oh, nice little hook here. That's a bunch of damage already on a barrel. He might just be dead. He even flashes, but he dies to the Ignite. As excellently set up here from the Firax bottom lane. Just a straight-up hook into a death.
Yeah,
First
and
blood.
That feels so bad when your jungler is like right there. I guess gave maybe Beryl some false sense of safety, but he just gets one-shot basically. And I honestly feel like most of that damage... Oh.
Those are in a bit of trouble. Looks like he did not have Mantra for that W. He's going to flash away, but he is in a bunch of trouble. Shields up, flash forward. There's the gold card. And a bit more damage would do it, but the shield comes in. It does not matter. As the extra damage from the auto of the TF, we do have Shockwave coming in. And another gold card now from Perfect is going to save it. He picks up a double kill, and KT, they get so much out of that trade.
Yeah, really unfortunate for Clear. Thought he could save Closer, and honestly, he was super close to actually be able to rescue him, but they're a little late and ends up getting punished for it as well. So 2 kills over the TF. Just when we're talking about, you know, the... Oh,
I can do that too, Susanna.
Yeah. I feel like these... It's interesting seeing them stare each other down, because I feel like a lot of people are having reservations about Smolder they had about Zeri.
Yeah.
Similar boat. And yeah, I mean, Hedda does what he can there, but I honestly feel like a lot of the damage was just from the Nautilus. And Piosik shows up, but it's too late. And here, yeah, I believe didn't have the Mantra for that W. In these skirmishes, Mantra W is so powerful. The healing can just buy a lot more time. But here, the flash is committed, and it's this last stacked auto that finishes off the Karma. And then, unfortunately, yeah, Clay just not able to do anything there. VDD gets away with like a sliver of HP. Graves was coming over, wasn't there yet. Maybe could have ulted if Willow was a bit closer. And you know, it is a lead for KT as a result. But I feel like there's always a caveat in Twisted Fate games, just because he generates so much free gold. So the team gold is always going to be a little bit misleading when it comes to that.
Yeah, he's always going to get a nice lead in the lane against a melee tank as well. So Perfect is going to be stacked up on tons of gold. But what does the rest of the map look like is, I guess, the question. As our supports here still not level 6, as everybody really wants to fight over the second set of Bubs.
Yep.
Is this solo queue?
It feels like it. I think everyone who's played solo queue recently just knows that, like, as soon as these things spawn, honestly, my take is if they gave no gold, no XP, and they didn't give a buff, people would still fist fight over it. It's just like you put something on the map, they see it like grayed out coming up, like, oh, we have to fight in a minute.
We gotta go there.
Yeah.
Especially the supports.
It's mandatory. The supports are the worst for it, if I'm being honest.
Not Ox, though.
I'm against it. I don't subscribe to the throw everything for grubs way of thinking.
Beryl just did some Raptors.
Yeah.
Why not?
I mean, apparently KT didn't either, because KT opted out. They were like, we don't want to throw away the game on this, which I think is a fair take.
Deft still trying to force fights against Smolder. There is no wave, although there is a bunch of members of his team, and there's no flap and no way to get away. Nicely set up here by Deft and knocked down by Piosik.
Yeah, no real counterplay to that situation. Didn't have the cover from support or jungle, so was chunked out and then just kind of isolated. This is really what we want to see from KT. Don't let the Smolder just free stack in the bot lane. Get some plates on that Zeri and try and get her in an advantageous position.
Yeah, because the Zeri feels like will definitely spike a bit earlier, especially before the 225, especially if you can get extra gold this way. No wave, no problem, say KT.
Yeah, I think Hedda knew it was coming, but there's just nothing. There's nothing you can do. The Lee Sin would hop in a kick. Kind of just limits the counterplay. Double Shiv picked up for KT, and they have a Zeri, so very lightning themed.
Yeah, no Kennen though, so I feel like they do lose some points.
Yeah, you know, if they were a Pokemon gym leader, they definitely would be Electricity, but it's like, you know, when you sometimes get the weird ones that just have a random one thrown in, you're like,
yeah. Like Eradicate, and it's like, what is that doing there?
Yeah. You know, you can kind of understand that maybe it's like they like had a Raichu and like there's a vibe going there, but it doesn't really work.
Yeah. Points for effort, I guess.
Well, actually, effort's not in this game.
Yeah, not the player, but...
You know, I nearly did that last series as well when you mentioned opportunity, and I actually refrained myself, so I think you should appreciate that.
Thank you, Hawks, for not doing that to us.
Not being
like
irritating.
I did. Yeah. We do have this next Drake coming up, and again, this is always the question against Smolder, is you want to take all the Drakes as early as possible and deny them any, so that you can kind of get a free soul. Spishik's going to go over the wall, and Tenna's backing, so there shouldn't really be any chance for Fearix to fight this one, and KT should just enjoy some stacking Drakes and pray that it is not Chemtech Soul.
Yep, that's really what they gotta hope. It's definitely not gonna be Ocean, so they've already taken a little bit of a victory there. But yeah, Clear with no TP. Perfect obviously being tapped doesn't mean TP. Dragon's gonna be secured. This is the moment of truth. You know, based on the percentage chance, there's a very low chance of it actually being Chemtech and not being another useful soul. But that's if you believe that they all have an even chance. Now, based on our recent LCK matches, that's just not true.
Hey, it's Mountain!
Hey, they high rolled, yeah. I mean, this is a good one. This is a great one. Especially against a Smolder in particular, who obviously wants to be burning people down, getting them low. Gonna be pretty hard to do that when everyone has that extra shield.
Yeah. You would normally feel pretty good if you had more tanks, but also it's very good on squishies too because you just get to survive more, right? And you get that extra shield. So it's good regardless of situation or comp, and that's the ones we like. Much better than the Chemtech.
Yeah, and no super blast cones for you to complain about.
Yeah. The disengage cones, you mean?
Yeah. They should just rename them to like go in cones and only allow you to use them towards enemies, you know?
That would be great, but probably pretty hard to program.
Yeah.
It's like, well, there was an enemy in the bottom lane. How far away does he need to be so that it doesn't activate?
The leap is so far as well.
Yeah. With the mega disengage cones?
Yeah, the mega disengage.
Yeah, they can get you away really far.
The mega
great.
no fun allowed cones. Speaking of no fun allowed, Closer has the Malignance and kind of just did like a third of BDD's health with a Mantra Q. Pretty strong 1am spike, I think is safe to say. Both teams kind of posturing for this Herald. It feels like the running theme of this game have been KT start an objective and Fearix watch them very intently do that objective.
Stare in that general direction.
Like, we know you're doing it. Are you going to do something about it? No.
But we're going to watch you.
Yeah.
We're going to watch it happen.
We've seen it. Oh, this might be more than watching.
Well, they did get a little frisky there. But I don't know that they will actually commit to it. Although it is execute, and now we have a TP. They are absolutely committing to it. And the Maokai ultimate is going to be utilized, but Mom does get a decent amount of damage, and Graves going to pick it up. Willard does get the objective, and KT just kind of on the run here. Everybody grouping up for the AoE damage, and now Fearix trying to rotate quickly into mid.
Yeah, a lot of poke coming now. You know, it doesn't feel like Fearix is like a poke composition. Oh no, execute.
Execute? Yeah, you can see arm on the back of his head. He's not feeling good after that one. Thinking maybe they backed away or something.
Well, he found them.
He got a ward down.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, which I think Beryl is coming to clear right now. Well, it was good until that point, I think is how I define it. And they did throw down the Herald in the mid lane and get some damage down, I believe. Let it go.
Yeah. Willer, I believe, did pick that one up, although we did get a zoom in on to Pyoshik. Let's take a look at this again.
Yeah, so I think you don't really think of the composition of Fearix as like a poke comp, but they get so much AoE down with Karma, with the ult from the Smolder, with Willer put the damage down.
Achu.
And yeah, he did grab the Herald and just throw that down mid. We were busy focused on execute doing that.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
he's a very aggressive player.
Mid tower a little bit lower. Still a lead for KT, and you know, I think Fearx still okay with how the game's gone, but KT definitely put in the work to try and get more of an early lead, but it's really about transitioning it from here. Like, not getting the Herald, bit of a hit, but it's Dragon in the mid 15. They are on time for a very fast soul if they continue at this pace.
Yeah, I do wonder if Fearx, after the success of that last fight, would consider fighting for the third Drake. Could obviously give one up and then just hope that Henna hits 225 by the fourth one.
I think the previous, like the Herald fight, showed how things can play out favorably. So they may look for that. They may look to try and set up an angle, but the problem is, right, Claire doesn't have teleport. It's spawning in 40 seconds. Perfect has Destiny. So we do see he's moving down now, which I think suggests they are going to look to fight this. But BDD just poking out the bot lane of Fearx kind of for free here.
Yeah. This time the poke advantage. Oh god, no! The perfect hook comes in and BDD is just melted! And Poshik trying desperately to help him out, but he just takes a bunch of damage. Here comes Perfect to try to shore up the situation, but now there's no Orianna in this game.
Yeah, teleport is available though, so if Fearx, you need to get this started quickly. If you wait too long, BDD's just going to teleport in.
Oh, that was so close. Perfect, level 13, as is clear, but you can see the damage already being done with 2 items here on Perfect, but look at this, they're just going to try to burst it down.
So, it's the right call, but it's risky if KT opt to contest this. Orianna would be up in about 4 seconds, but it looks like they're just going to back away. They don't want to throw the game on this Dragon. They're going to try and make some pressure felt mid. This wave isn't really big enough, and there's a Karma coming around the corner.
Yeah. Also, at the end of the day, yeah, I mean, it's just going to be cleared up. They barely get any damage. And now the Smolder comp, look at him. He's at 175 here at 19 minutes. It's not like the fastest ever, but he's going to be there very soon. And they already got a Drake.
Yeah, I mean, this is going great, honestly. And it's from a fantastic pick from Execute. And I feel like this is going to sound negative, but one of my frustrations with Execute is that he'll make that play earlier where he walks in the brush and just dies for nothing. And then he'll make a play like this with just a fantastic pick coming out. I'd love to see more of this. We know what Execute can do on these engage picks, but sometimes definitely makes some mistakes. We've seen kind of both sides of that so far this game.
Well, at least he's playing an engaged pick. We have seen a bunch of other stuff that is not, such as the Renata, the Emilio at times. We've seen, yeah, those are definitely the 2 big ones. But either way, definitely feeling better about the Nautilus, other than the random face check, but that can happen.
And I think Fearx feeling pretty good about the state of this game. As you said, the Dragon secured, really big and sort of delay in the soul. Gold lead's only 1.4k, and that's with the TF. Like, I don't know the exact numbers, we can't see them from here, but I guarantee the TF will probably have like, maybe like 800 to 1,000 gold generated from the passive alone. So, I mean, you can't ignore that completely because he does have that gold, but it obviously does inflate the amount of team gold that KT has a bit. So, all things considered, they're definitely in a good spot.
Yeah. Absolutely. And Fearx, I feel like they have played this out very well. The fight for the Rift Herald was kind of scary because, you know, obviously that could have gone wrong, but KT were already kind of in an awkward spot, and they used that to just poke them down and push them away. So that one worked out. They got some confidence. They get the pick. They get the Drake. And essentially, this is very different from other Smolder games. Like we even saw in the first series today, the second game, where it's like, okay, we're going to play Smolder. Different situation where you're going up against Santa Tom, and it is T1, but we never even get to see the Smolder really play the game. Whereas in this one, he's going to get to play the game essentially for free. He did die once, but that happens to Smolder. He dies, and then you still hit the 225, and you will always be a big late game threat.
Yeah, and I think something that's really came out this game is Willer on his Graves with a very substantial farm lead over Pyosik, so getting a lot of value there out of how this game has played out. But we are seeing the Navori come in from Henna, so not the typical Shojin we often see for the Smolder go more of a...
Ooh, another hook comes in, and now Barrel's in a bit of trouble. Celestial opposition going to help him out quite a bit, as nice little gold card into Henna. You can see the damage that Perfect is doing. And that does burn the cleanse already. Pyosik, I believe he did pick that one up. No, he did not, actually. That does go the way of FearX. Bit of a scrum here around the Baron.
Yeah, they forced a cleanse from Henna, which is pretty big altogether. Not sure he... I mean, I can't criticize that. I'm not sure he really needed to cleanse that situation, but it's also like, you have to be so cautious, and what you don't want is to like be forced to cleanse, but cleanse late so you die anyway. But Summoner being down, definitely substantial for the Dragon spawning in a minute and a half, and I feel like KT at this point, but post 20 minutes, you want, it's not as much about the Dragon, but the trajectory of the game is you want the Dragon fight, you want to win, you want to get the Baron, play around your strong TF in the side lane, and then off the back of that, look to secure the win.
Yeah, that'll definitely be the angle for them. You know, we've talked a lot about the Smolder because I feel like it's kind of obvious with, you know, the stacking and everybody's kind of waiting for the number, but Deft has not died either. He also has a nice little farm lead, and he's Zeri. It's not Zeri Lulu. He's not going to be like the one-man army, and there are a lot of threats here on the KT roster, but keep an eye on Deft as well in some of these later game team fights and see what he can do on this hyper carry that is Zeri.
I think especially when you have a composition which is so good at killing single targets with the TF, Maokai, Lee Sin, if you land one of those CCs on someone, like, other than clear, no one is that tanky on the side of FearX. You get one kill, suddenly you have momentum in the fight, and it goes to that Zeri cleanup that we very often see.
Yeah, it does feel like the fights are kind of on a nice edge where both sides have a decent amount of poke, and if you can start to get the snowball in your...
He's so close.
Your direction, it's going to feel very nice.
This next wave should be 225 for Henna for the Dragon fight.
Clear's trying to deny it. No, it's he's very close. He needs to step up. You see them knocking the cannon into the little baby dragon, and he does hit it as you see that burn on the Piercing already.
Perfect timing for the Dragon fight.
Well, they're not going to deny that one. Piercing trying to pull a little canyon.
Closer push that bot wave in. They need Closer there to help provide some of this poke. You definitely want the Karma with you. And also just a shielding as well to keep your Smolder safe, who is very squishy with this Pier Crypt build.
Yeah. Nice pushing coming in from Karma and Smolder, but immediately cleaned up by the side of KT. And the Dragon's already started up by Willer, actually, just slowly going for it, but the hook comes in onto Pioshik. Mob gets called down, and the damage is already being done. The Maokai ultimate is just flimsy, as they're not able to capitalize it. And now Deft is going forward, is all outed all the way towards the turret. But you see the damage is coming in, and Perfect is so scary as the hook comes in now from Execute. He's not going to land it. The damage from Henna is crazy as well. But Perfect is just standing guard, blocking the choke, and KT will, I suppose, win the fight, as they should get this Dragon.
And honestly, Willer might look for an angle here. Doesn't have the ult, but does have Flash and Smite. Don't think he's getting close. But that won the fight, it looks like. I guess not. Just TPing in to be like, once again, we see you doing that objective. Eyes on you. I honestly think FearX made a little bit of a mistake there. So Perfect actually popped his ult very early, and instead of waiting for it to time out, they kind of just engaged. Oh, Closer.
Well, he TP'd to this bottom lane, and now he's in a bit of trouble. He tries to flash away, but I don't think you're getting away from this one, regardless of being Karma with the Merc Treads. He is going to go down. Nice little capitalization here from KT.
Yeah, 4-0 now on this Twisted Fate. Henna, and she could look for this mid tower, though. Does have the backing of his support and top laner, but... Oh, never mind. Zeri just one-shots the wave.
Yeah.
Actually, maybe Claire can get it with the Demolish. She's looking. Yeah, there we go.
Okay.
So, pretty solid. So, yeah, like, the kill in the side lane is nice, but they didn't really get anything from it. You know, I'd say FearX won out in that passage of play overall. And now Henna as well is, especially as the game goes on, is going to have so much wave clear. But yeah, so in this situation, you see that the Destiny had already been used, and Perfect sees the fight starting, teleports in. Maybe he was going to teleport in anyway, but I don't think FearX had to start the fight. They could have just waited it out, seen where Perfect was going to turn up, because he's such a threat here. You know, constantly throwing these gold cards on the flank, having the Ghost as well to run them down. I think he was really the big difference maker that meant that Engage didn't go so favorably. And then this play here is just not much you can do, if I'm going to be honest, in this situation.
You can see the healing from the Launcher W, though. It's pretty large.
Yeah.
Doesn't quite matter. At the end of the day, very nice scan here from Willer. Just gonna clear this out. Often see some wards on the outside of the pit as well. And that he did. 27 minutes just about. You've got a Smolder who's in a pretty good spot and can even deal a decent amount of damage just by auto-attacking. So the Baron could be a threat at some point.
I know that's the thing as well. I mean, his DPS is going to be pretty high since he has gone this crit build. And obviously, if he is autoing, he's getting his cooldowns back quicker. Similar to like the fact that Navori's on depth, you have to see the Zeris go for the shorter E cooldown. You're going to have your flaps available sooner. That's the thing, often we think of the small, it's like, okay, 225 stacks, you've hit the point, but if he keeps stacking, he's just going to keep getting stronger in this game. And the thing with Mountain Soul is it's valuable at every point of the game, but I feel like the earlier you get it, the more suffocating it feels. If we do see FearX pick up some more Mountain Dragons, I don't think they're going to be as bothered, as much as it does limit a lot of their poke. Eventually, Smolder will just shred, regardless of whether you have that extra big shielder.
Yeah, it's eventually going to get pretty oppressive. Henna is running down the mid lane, just finding depth and pressing Q on him.
Yeah, with a rapid fire now, obviously allows you to really just play around poking with your Q.
But we have kind of quieted
You know
down.
it's like, you know, the Infernum with Aphelios, when like you're just standing remotely behind the wave and you just get hit by the little sprays.
Yeah.
Or like MFQ. Oh man, it's so annoying playing into that.
Yeah.
Especially if you're short range AD carry like Zeri, you don't really have a choice of where to stand.
Just kind of have to give up some wave pushing power and just let the Smolder do it first in some cases if you don't want to take that damage. Just a lot of wave clearing here from FearX and mid, but they're just going to all go back at the same time now. Not looking to do any objectives at the moment. Trying to set up for this dragon that is coming up in a minute.
Yeah, it feels like there's been a bit of back and forth in the Baron area, but now it's going to be a soul fight. And often we see teams, when they're the ones who don't have soul on the cards, they'll like pull towards Baron and try and drag the other team away. Doesn't always work that well, but it's definitely something they can attempt. But it looks like FearX aren't intending to go for that. They're just leaning straight towards the dragon. And we see KT, they're kind of hovering towards the Baron area. They already have really good vision established there, so they might try and just handshake and go, fine, you can have a single dragon. We'll take the Baron for it. And obviously FearX don't want that to happen.
Yeah. Definitely better than, you know, if FearX were to go for the Baron and KT just get Mountain Soul for free. And then even potentially, if they do it fast enough, could challenge after the Baron is taken or while it's being taken, at worst.
See that prio achieve made really valuable for FearX, just to power the Smolder, shoving it in super fast. But in return, we can see Perfect pushes in that top wave, starting to rotate over, and they have a lot of DPS on this. They have been spotted starting this up.
There's a ward in the pit. Like, they know this is happening.
Yeah, didn't do that homework on that one.
So, no control ward in the pit for the side of KT. Means that Willer's going to get first drop on this mid wave. And no potential to threaten the Baron at this point. Perfect going to return to the bottom lane. Does have some support from his team.
This is risky. There's actually no vision around the dragon, and Willer wants to just try and soul the dragon. And might get away with this, you know? I feel like if KT knew this was going on, they would start the Baron.
Oh, they're going to try. They have realized that it is happening. The ping does come down. There's a ward in there again. A new one. I mean, they see this very clearly, but can they get over while also getting the dragon is really the question. Willer's going to pick it up, but the smite is not going to be in position in time. KT should be able to take this Baron down. It looks like FearX just want to take the fight instead as Beryl going to sacrifice for it. No Steal comes in, and the kick from Kosik should allow them to get out of the pit and away. See, Execute really wants to go in on this one, wants to threaten the fight. He is going to find Perfect. The damage is coming out, but immediately he just goes down to death instead. Eats a yellow card, and that's a free kill given to KT.
You can see that FearX really didn't want to let them get away, but an overstep into KT ends up punishing Execute. KT don't get the soul, but they get the Baron, and I think they're very happy with that trade. You know, I think the problem is, I don't know if there's anyone else you would send. If it was the other way around, and you had like a TF top lane, they could go soul the dragon, they could Destiny in, but the only person who's really capable of soloing it quickly on FearX is the Graves, and by not having him here, KT just rushes the Baron. They know there's no smite, we can take this, we give a barrel, we don't care. And then on the back end, you can see FearX really want to make something happen, but it's so hard to approach the TF, you know?
He died so fast.
Yeah.
It was 3 Zerikus. And that's about it. I mean,
it was a level 9
damage.
execute, I think he was there.
Yeah.
Into a level 17 Zeri.
What in the...
Yeah.
Why is he so high level?
He's been farming like crazy. You know, as much as Henna's been stacking, Deft has just been picking up farm, getting a lot of XP, and he's very strong right now. And this is kind of where I feel like KT is really hitting critical mass. Later in the game, maybe the smaller stacks become too much to handle, but right now they have a Fed Zeri, a very strong Orion and TF at a sizable gold lead. So they are looking to try and make an impact with this Baron.
Yeah, and they should be able to. I mean, you've got some decent wave clear with Karma Smolder, but eventually the Baron buff should be able to break the back of this turret, as that buffed up cannon minion is going to get the job done. But KT are also really not overstepping their bounds. They just played one of the longest series we've had this entire season against D plus Kia with 2 50+ minute games, and the third one was also like 35 minutes. So KT are no stranger to taking this one extremely slowly.
Yeah, which is where the smaller gets a lot of value, honestly.
Yeah.
3-3-4 stacks now. Oh, Clear looking for perfect.
We also saw, not going to be denied. We also saw that Willer is almost at 300 CS. I mean, this guy is a farming machine.
Yeah, it has been at the cost a little bit, I feel like, of Closer, who is about 40 CS down, and has actually gotten the Imperial Mandate. So this is very common on support Karma.
Oh, okay, we're getting it. The kick comes in, and Pelchik finds the little baby dragon. And he doesn't care about your stacks. If Henna just dies immediately, it's not going to matter as Deft. He wants more. And this is this cleanup scenario we were talking about. You point and click the Lee Sin kick onto the Smolder, and then you just come in and clean up, and they can't get away because of all the mobility as clear as Cassandra, so maybe he can. Although Pyosik is desperately trying to keep him around. It looks like this one, it's going to be extended as, the flash in, and Willer with the moves. He's not quite going to get the kill, but man, was that close. Meanwhile, Clear is just going to kill perfect. Okay. Down he goes, 950 gold given to Cassante.
What have we just watched? Like, what is the takeaway we have from, because it was obviously so winning for KT. They managed to kill the Smolder. It felt like it was just clear. You know, you could tell they were like, okay, we end. Just finish them off, and then we can actually just end. And FearX were a little bit more resilient than I think they'd anticipated. Beautiful angle from Kyosuke, getting the kick onto the Smolder, follows up with the Q. Smolder down. It feels like a mid lane down as well immediately. It just feels like team fight won, team fight done. And then they start chasing.
They had a wave in mid.
Yeah.
They could have taken an inhibitor easily.
They could have, but I think they wanted the kills to end the game. Great ult angle from Clear, and I think they disrespected Cassante a bit here, but this one was, you know, Willer actually, nearly had him. I think maybe if you've gotten that, I don't know.
That Q zoned him off the last auto.
Yeah, and then here, this is just Cassante, doing Cassante things. I don't know what else there is to say on that situation. We'll go back to live. Dragons up at 15. We're back doing this dance again, but no sums on Henna is really significant.
Yeah, it definitely is. And, you know, Beryl doesn't have his flash, neither does Pyosik, so that is a couple of your, point and clicks, but the TF is going to be the big one. If Perfect finds a gold card onto Henna, and Henna can't do anything, could mean the difference in this one. But look at the damage already onto this dragon. They should be able to just take it down as it's nearly stolen by Pyosik, but not quite. That's a third Mountain Drake now over to Clear and over to the side of FearX. Barrel, he's burning, and the knockup comes out onto Deft. He's in so much trouble as down he will go. It's 1,000 gold here to Willer, and now FearX are turning this one around. As I don't know what that was, but
just
they're pushing to end, man. They're
looking for the game. They're looking for the game. They're getting hyped. Shockwave is actually going to clear the wave, but TP's coming in to secure it.
I think he kills this.
Yeah, he kills that minion.
Okay, well that's the end of that.
Okay, what is happening? Well, they won the fight. Smolder definitely looking strong, and I think that the main thing was that there wasn't a flank threat. They didn't find an angle to approach. They didn't get any threat towards the Smolder at the start of the fight. And the front line of KT is significantly weaker. You know, you only really have Beryl, who can't hold up to a Smolder who is this strong, to a Graves doing this much damage, to even a Karma with this much poke. Clay gonna hold away.
Yeah, he is almost unkillable at this point. Oh, boy. Okay.
No shockwave is available.
Yeah, Pishik got a little distracted there. I feel like he could have maybe gotten the pit, but...
Let's, I wonder if they'll cut the replay.
Please don't.
Yeah, so the big thing is we actually see Perfect teleport the other side of the pit, so he's not threatening. I thought he'd go on a flank angle to threaten header, but here it's just front to back. And Fearx always win these front to back situations. We see Death get caught out, Clay doing a fantastic job here. And then...
Oh, man. I mean, he's had some gigantic hooks in this game. Game-changing, and then he's also had those.
Yeah, there's a thin line.
Here we go again. Ooh, it's going to get kind of caught on the wall there. Will the TF. Still going in on this one. The poke is good. The shockwave is better. Willer is in a lot of trouble as now the front line comes through clear. Trying to front line for the team, but now the Zeri damage is beginning to bounce, beginning to get more and more threatening, but they're running in to the Smolder as down he will finally go, but now Death does not have a front line and he will get first down as well. The auto here on a BDD is huge as Execute is looking for more. Belchik's trying to zone and he gets away, but nobody, and I mean nobody on the Rift will outlive the Cassante. Willer, what is happening?
What is going on?
Oh boy, we've clearly lost it here. Pilchik, he's going to get in there. And they try to take them out. Clear's getting pretty low, actually, but another big shield comes in. And the Q is going to miss. Pilchik in a little bit of trouble. The flash matcha Q misses.
Oh my god!
Oh god. Okay, they're just going to run away. They say, you know what? Actually, we're done. We're going home.
Just stop the series.
We've had our fun.
This is just so chaotic on so many levels. Like, because he's round the wall, he doesn't get the active connect onto him to get the root. We see the Graves kicked in, but managed to survive with some huge shields from the Karma. And then the Zeri laser actually really chunks Henna. Henna just cleansed nothing, and then gets stun carded. Wow.
Yeah, and the Q kills him off. So no more Smolder.
Yeah, but still, Fearx have momentum. This Cassante with triple Mountain Dragon. Too hard for them to cut through. We see Biosa come down, but you know what comes down?
Don't cut the replay.
What went through his head? Oh, man.
Yeah.
There's just... The more you watch, it's like a work of art. You see more the more you watch it, you know?
Need to spend like 30 minutes watching that fight.
Oh man, the space is gonna have a lot of fun with this one.
Gotta slow it down to 0.25 speed, please.
We need to telestrate on this, analyze every single skill shot missed.
Look at this, QSS picked up for the side of Henna, so even if he does utilize his cleanse for nothing, he's got a QSS for the gold card.
I think they should grab him McKells as well on the just in case he also uses the QSS on nothing.
Yeah.
No cleanse available. QSS obviously substitute. Has flash as well. Soul in 30 for both teams. But the fact that Fearx have stacked up triple Mountain Dragon, this Cassante is so tanky. But even like the non-tanks, even things like the Graves, there's like a decent amount of MR between his items, are starting to feel really bulky.
Yeah, they absolutely are. I mean, he's got a Scimitar as well, so...
And he also stacks up armor with his grit, so
yeah.
I mean, it took them so much effort to try and take him down. He didn't even die in the last fight initially. Yeah, those they're not doing as much as they used to, the crit lasers, but they are still hitting.
Henna avoids it the second time. Knock up here in a barrel, and you see that Fearx is trying to get late poke down, trying to force a front to back as, yeah, Mom's gonna do a lot. The shockwave as well as here comes Death. He gets in there, immediately takes out Closer, and it's the The Drake goes over to Pilshik. KT take the Mountain Soul, and that might just do it. They're trying to fight this one against Willer, who is a raid boss, but he's going to get rooted. Can anyone kill him? Yes, they can. Deft has the damage, and KT take a big fight on the Mountain Soul.
I know this seems on paper like it's done, but if Henna gets his ult back in time...
Yeah, there's no Baron.
They've got a long way to push. There's a lot of wave clear on Henna.
Yeah,
they just need to blow him up. I'm not sure they can. This, I mean, Closer just really out of position here. Gets caught by the shockwave. And as soon as they lose his Karma, I can't state how much impact Closer's actually been having with the Mantra shields. Gets bursted out here. Great play by Def, flashing away from the CC as well. Henna tries to step up, but is so conscious of Beryl.
We gotta watch live.
Gotta see what's happening. The wave is pretty close to being down, but
they've got 1 minion. Oh, there's a cannon as well. Here comes Execute, and Henna's just dead, and they're just hitting the turrets. That doesn't matter. They don't need minions anymore. They're just gonna hit the Nexus and end the game. KT take it down in 42 minutes.
Wow, that was certainly a game with a lot of moments in that were just erratic. I feel like KT come out on top through the chaos. They managed to stand tall.
There were multiple coin flips in that one. Not a lot of KT coin flips per se, just on both sides. Look at the he's got his head in his hands. He's like, I can't even. He's just right now.
They're watching over that one. You know, the team fight around Dragon. They're watching over that, and he's just losing it.
I mean, this was a very close game, so obviously the coach is also pretty stressed.
Yeah, I think we all need to take a moment just to appreciate the coaches are going through it right now. We're watching this game as outside commentators, you as fans. Imagine being on the staff of these teams and watching that. And try to break it down.
Look at the volatility of this graph.
Man. One for the ages, I think, absolutely. And the thing is, I don't think you can really fault either team's overall game plan because you saw the value of both. The execution was just all over the place.
Absolutely. Well, guys, that was just game number 1 in a series that could go to 3. We're going to take a break and have the space. We will be right back.
정면. 노틸 보여? 우리 계속 일단 치긴 해야 돼. 오케이. 쳐야 돼 이거? 소리. 나 살짝만 돌아볼게.
나 넘어갈 깍품.
이거
쌍각 나.
이거 봐줘. 봐줘.
봐줘.
카르마 높을. 이렇게. 카르마 봐줘. 야 페고 나와 줘.
스몰 더.
띠래. 정말 더볼 수 있어.
야 스몰도 높을.
아래 봐줘. 나 봐줄래? 아래 봐줘.
스몰도 높을이야. 스몰도 높을.
버리 잡아.
스몰 높을.
끝낼만해. 바텀으로 가자. 나 집텔할게. 스몰 더.
And we're going to see another Magnus Storm coming down here from Execute. Crashes down as well. Buys some time for the rest of his team to get over here, but Peanut lasts so incredibly long, and Viper is going to die once again. I think we're certifying it. I think the Zeri is online.
initial delivery. Magnustorm does pull Pays in. As Monk gets a little bit mad, in goes Canyon and finds both of them with the help of Pays and gets some plates for his trouble. Kitchen just spawning now, so that's why he delayed. Canyon gets in there, steals away the dragon. That's Hextech Soul. And now Chovy with a package is making his way through. Look at that Hextech Soul. And Canyon gets the kick back onto the Azir. And you don't get Yehu. You barely got Yehu. You just were not in a position to force that. Now they're in even more trouble. Yeah, Featherstorm does come down, but there's the Fate's Call to deny any of the damage. Magnustorm trying to get the work done as Jiwoo is going to get knocked up. Sponge just gets another audacious charge. Peter trying to be a hero, but there is no damage left in this fight, and DRX will just clean them up. Nongshim.
Still doesn't spot him, so they have an inkling.
Oh, look at that poke. Did you see that? Massive engage comes in, they combo them! They get the job done! But BDD is alive, he is shelling, he jumps into the back line, and he cannot be touched, although aiming as well. He's just gonna blow up the BDD, but it does not matter as BDD could not quite 1v5 in this game, as he will be chipped away, and it's a triple kill for Showmaker. Get in there. He has snared himself though. Crescent Guard comes down. That should mitigate a lot. Empress Divide does absolutely nothing, and there's the Devour to save Guon. And now he dives back in. The Dragon gets angry, but it does not matter at all. T1 are destroying them, and Guon popping off in this fight. He finds the resets, and oh dear. Gideon on top of Kumiyushi right now, but the snare does come through. Carrier gets over the wall, the Dragon gets mad, and Carrier almost in execute range. Oh, the seismic shove! Oh, the double! So good, and he just eats the Dragon! And now he's not gonna die. It's a triple kill for this guy's Tom Kench, and then he gets back in there to tank up the Baron.
What I wanted to do, and I actually asked whether I could do this. I tried to ask to do this. I was just like, can I just swap KT with a Void? Just take them out of my predictions entirely, shift everything up one, and I'm like, yeah, got it. Like, that would actually be really fun.
What if you let him do it, but then he has to put Bro first?
No, but that doesn't. So that doesn't change it. What I need to do is just take them out, and then the stack moves up.
So basically, what you're saying is you need 9 swaps.
I need to move 9 teams. Yes.
That sounds fair enough. Yeah.
Welcome back to the space, ladies and gentlemen. I am Atlas. I'm joined by Wolf and Chronicler here, and I do indeed need 9 swaps. And after this first game in this series, I am still of the same opinion about KT. I just don't think that they'll be able to catch up to T1 and Gen G. Let's dive into the draft. It's debatably relevant in this game, but let's have a look at it anyway, shall we?
I just want to briefly talk about the fact that we really liked Graves in this draft. I know it didn't really mean anything in the end, but we like Graves because this is how you draft Smolder, by the way. A lot of the pushing champions are gone. Senna is gone. No Lucian. You have Karma for Prio. Okay, you took the Nautilus away, and you got Graves, so you have a front line with Cassante and Karma, and they didn't pick a frontliner for their Zeri at all. So I was feeling pretty good about Fearex going into this game.
I love it when a plan is made and then doesn't come together at all. Because no, None of the plan came together. None of it made sense. Imagine if Closer knew how to play Karma. They would have won this game 3 times.
Someone should have told him that you put the point the Q at champions.
This draft was good. The draft was great from Fearx. And then they got taken out of the game for their own decisions, thanks to KT. And then they were like, no, KT, you have it. And then KT was like, no, you have it.
Execute had both the best and worst game of his career simultaneously at the same time as well. I don't know what to say about this game.
Do you know what? Let's let the game speak for itself.
Yeah.
Let's jump into our first highlight and have a look at what we were talking about. And this really does have it's a something light.
This was a really good fight for the side of Fearx. They had control over the pit, and they were able to secure this. And also, critically in this fight, a ton of stacks going over to Henna. Henna actually stacked very well, stacked very early, and and then he went to put a ward over there where they were, and so he died. And then this pick was really critical because it led into the dragon. So BDD gets caught here. Execute again, having the best and worst of his career all in one.
Like that could have been game winning. Because without that, they definitely lose.
Because what happened, because of this, they got the third dragon, which means there was no early soul stacking, no early threat of the mountain soul for KT, so they could actually get to the point where they had the prerequisite number of stacks on Smolder. And from that point on, you have an incredibly strong front-to-back teamfight composition. Yes, you struggle with the TF inside, but if you are able to keep Henna safe, or rather if Henna can keep himself safe, with his cleanse.
And QSS.
Which surely he should be able to, right? Then you can win from there. Right?
Yeah, and so this first highlight is indicating that we have a very winnable game state for Fearx. And to be perfectly honest, it's not like KT outplayed them and took it back. I don't even know how to explain what actually happened. There was another highlight that we wanted to do that no one actually won. No one won it. It was just like fighting for a solid 30 seconds and no one won. This is the game-ending moment, but honestly, this was the most frustrating game ever.
No. That's the cool thing. It's not even a game-ending moment.
Oh, never mind. This isn't that.
We didn't want to give you that again. Because
I
mean, this was pretty close to it, though.
I mean, this was the space-breaking moment. I think the third one in this series that we've seen, only in game one. This
should be where KT wins the game.
Yes, and then... However, they did not.
Well, they did, eventually.
Well, I mean, not at this moment. And Clear buys a ton of time. He's coming over here to hold. We're not even do the whole thing because he goes over to try to hold the wave. He's like, all right, just in case they were thinking about ending. Then he actually ends up getting a kill and getting a huge shutdown.
And then there was the bot fight where Closer fired 3 Mantra Qs into nothing, and otherwise they could have won the game there.
He did kill some minions to give him credit. Chronicle, he didn't throw it into nothing.
They did the Karma counter. They went to the left.
I think they were Baron minions, and yeah, they listed lazily to the left, which is a maneuver to go above all maneuvers. I really want to get to the POG, honestly, because I don't know who you vote for in this one. And I think, so I had some logic. I was thinking that you just give it to Perfect because he's the only one young enough to have an excuse. So let's bring it up. Let's just see who gets it.
This is who they are.
I mean, it is definitely who they are. Let's give a POG, shall we? And it is going to be Pyoshik. So
gold difference and minus 3,206.
He definitely had some great moments. This one in the very early game was fantastic.
Yes. Free Willer, but also Free Willy, man. But also Pyoshik's team fighting was genuinely. It's the one thing you could count on in this game. And that, to me, I think Perfect actually did do a great job. But for me, Pyoshik, and I can't believe I'm saying this, Pyoshik was the rock for KT in this game.
There's a little bit of the missed Karma action that we'll get on the screen here.
Oh, not this one. This is the one we were talking about, guys.
Oh, Pyoshik highlight.
Oh, okay, we cut the video.
All I want to say is neither team walked off the stage happy. And we saw in the coaches' booth, both teams looked pissed. The coaching staff of KT, the most angry, actually, surprisingly, despite the win. The players looking really upset backstage. No one is happy with the gameplay we saw in that game, and I hope it's better when we move into game 2.
Let's get free!
Well, to be perfectly honest, I'm pretty happy. I get really frustrated, and I'm really annoyed at this game. But this was non-stop entertainment. And if there's anything that we want, it's to be entertained, right? It's beautiful. It's beautiful gameplay. It's beautiful times. Let's head over to some beautiful casters for beautiful gameplay.
Thank you, beautiful spacers, for that beautiful breakdown of game number 1. Or at least I think it was a game that we saw some lights from there. Now the coaches, again, are highlighted here. They're not very happy. Hirai is very frustrated.
And that's one way of saying it. Yeah, that was a whole lot of League of Legends wrapped up in that one little game. Really peak gameplay, I think.
Yeah.
In terms of entertainment value, you don't often get one that just delivers. You have the highs, you have the lows, you have more lows.
You just keep going down.
And then in the end, I'm still mind blown.
The fans win.
Piosik didn't die.
Yeah.
I saw his score in the POG. I still didn't believe it.
I was like, wait, no, I definitely saw him die at some point.
It's just what a game.
So let's just run it back and do the same thing.
Yeah, honestly, just do the exact same draft. I think both teams can agree that game was winnable.
Yeah.
I think is fair to say. We are starting off with the same bands. And going in that direction. I feel like one thing is that the Graves, I feel like they'll probably look to target that if we end up in a similar situation. So I'm not sure you'd be able to match that up with the Karma again. But yeah, same bans from the side of Fearx and KT. They banned Vi here.
Yeah.
So we'll see if they fully want to run it back. And it looks like they'll start off in that direction. It was a first pick Karma here for closer. And not to be shaken, right? The space may have doubted him, but he wants to redeem himself.
Yeah.
And honestly, the later phase was pretty good. It was the stuff that came after, which was less convincing.
He got a little bit mired down in the
it's
the gunk
easy,
of the game. Let's say
it's easy watching the game to criticize. But I don't think anyone... That's why Piosik was so impressive, because it's hard to go unblemished in a game like that, right?
Yeah.
It's just a bit too chaotic. Or you're going to come in again. Lee Sin, I mean, he performed really well in it. If it ain't broke, don't fix it, I guess, is the angle they're going for.
Clearly ain't broke.
Yeah.
After game 1.
Smoldernaut again from Fearx.
Yep.
I can't believe... again, it wasn't down to the picks, so, I'm not disagreeing with the approach. I just find it so crazy how chaotic that game was. I mean, it's clear both the coaches just went, look, this was nothing to the draft. You guys just... we're goofing.
Yeah.
But I think the Graves ban will be adaptation from KT. I don't think they'll let that go through again.
That should be the first adaptation. Although, yeah, maybe, leave the Nocturne available. I feel like, okay, well...
I think maybe Nocturne Graves.
Never mind.
Nocturne Graves would make sense in my mind if you had a ban.
I mean, the Viego, I feel like, can... Not exactly the same, but I feel like he can be annoying. But yeah, you've seen what Willard can do. Oh, okay, never mind.
We're getting the actual full... Guys, I know with the LCK being recorded, this might confuse you. But this is, in fact, the second game. We have not just... We played... Oh, we got to change!
TF!
Something different.
So, Rel is available.
Yeah.
That's the difference.
Yeah, and no TF. So that's the changes we got.
So, Rel instead of Maokai. And
a whole new draft,
Vayne instead of TF, right?
Don't even say that. Honestly, that's the sort of game where a Vayne would flourish just because of how much game there was in that game.
Exactly.
I think is the only way I can phrase it. It was Cassante Graves last time. I don't see a reason for Fearx really to change that.
Sure. Yeah, no TF this time. The Graves was great. Just run it back. This is actually one of those times where we're okay with this.
Yeah. And then the question is, what is Perfect going to play in the top lane? Because I feel like him having the presence was a lot of value. I wouldn't want to see him just put on a neutral lane or on a tank. I feel like you want to have him on something where he has pressure.
Like Vayne.
And as much as the Gwen does scale well into the Cassante, it doesn't have that much early pressure. So a little bit concerned because I feel like that was kind of their strong point in the game. So I think Fearx, simply because Fearx actually changed things, I think they came out better in this situation. They made a little tweak. I think their draft was solid. It was all execution, which led them to that game 1 loss. And then on the other side, KT don't have the same level of pressure top lane. They don't have the power of the TF. Bit more scaling is definitely something they have. And maybe that's the argument, is that they're like, well, if the game's going to go that late, I'd rather be on Gwen. Although, to be fair, the ADTF isn't awful that late, but the Gwen's definitely more force to be reckoned with.
And the Rel alongside the Orianna should be a force to be reckoned with in terms of hard engage. You don't have to rely on going and pressing W on the Smolder with the Maokai, or relying on Pyosik to get the immaculate angle like he seems to find every game. And the Rel Orianna, just in terms of straight-up team fight, should be pretty reliable. So looking forward to seeing what Beryl can do on that pick.
And look, Fearax are warmed up after game 1, literally because they just played these exact same champs.
Yeah.
So they're dialed in right now.
No fear.
Absolutely not.
And it looks like we are just about ready to hop onto the Rift for game number 2. We can only hope it is something like game 1. Right. Right, okay, we're ready.
Fearax. Thursday.
Fearax fighting!
KT roster. Thursday. KT fighting. Yeah. Oh. Rock salt. No Malphite.
No Malphite picked? Honestly, a game like that, I feel like Malphite would have slapped, you know?
He does slap. Yeah.
Yeah.
With both hands at the same time.
Big
more of a clap,
hands.
I guess.
Yeah.
But yeah, he was ignored 2 games in a row. Feels bad.
What a shame. What a shame, really.
Yeah.
I feel like the energy of the last game, I'm hoping, you know, that's what you got to do. After a game like that, you just need to reset your players, be like, guys, let's all pretend last game never happened and just look forwards.
And just
look
play
onwards.
the same champs.
Play the same champs, complete reset. No.
It's game 1 all over again. They don't have TF this time.
Run it back. You know, we only need a little bit more to win that game, so do it exactly the same, and we'll just ban TF and it's winnable.
Yeah.
No, please. This is like bad coach advice. Oh.
Well, Henna was able to hit 225 at about 23 minutes, maybe 23 and a half in game number 1. We also had the Smolder comp, Fearax. They got the 3rd dragon, and they ended up stacking up 3 dragons. I feel like that kind of led to some of the ability of Fearax to fight in that game, because if Henna gets punished a little bit more and they don't get a dragon, there's no like crazy fight over Rift Herald or before the dragon, then maybe KT can get more of a snowball rolling and less of the chaos that we saw in game 2.
Whoa, and Perfect actually kind of dumbstring. Got the level 1 first and really just bullied clear out there. You know, one of the things, back when Gwen was like super meta, like some of the changes they did to kind of push her out was that your E gets so much less refund early. Late game, you actually get like a huge refund when you auto. But early, it's a lot less significant, which kind of trimmed down her laning a bit. And typically, you don't see as many people getting like early pressure on Gwen as you used to. But Perfect having a good start already in this laning phase. Which, you know, I mean, you're always going to win lane on TF and Cassante, but if you win lane on Gwen and Cassante, that's pretty advantageous.
Yeah, I'd be feeling pretty good about that. The only 2 players to win in this matchup, Zeus and Doran. A couple of our better top laners in the LCK at the moment. And Perfect himself, he has played 1 game of Gwen. It was a loss, but he's given it a try. Certainly knows how to play the champ.
And this just seems to be the recurring theme for Henna and Execute. Aren't fully able to do it there, but last game it felt like the whole time they would just keep the wave a little bit in front of the tower, and it was just like kind of a permanent thing, and really KT couldn't establish any pressure.
Clear's like going in to try to last hit just basic auto onto the range minions and eating giant chunks of damage.
But it's fine, because he's got Biscuits and Second Wind and Orange Shield, so, you know, he's okay for now.
He is Cassante.
Yeah.
I shouldn't doubt him. Double stun comes out from Beryl. Both Aftershocks procs. Trade will go ever so slightly. It's pretty much even, I guess.
I think Henna, they're burning a lot of mana.
Yeah.
But he does have Biscuits, so I guess it just doesn't matter. You know. But yeah, a lot of trading coming out. just to try and get a little bit of advantage. But it's the same thing as last game, that same wave position for basically the whole time.
Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, if you've got a Nautilus, puts up a shield, can kind of hold the wave, and you can see he's doing that right now. Gathering the minions so they do more damage to Fearx's, and so they push toward Fearx's turret, keeps them safe. A very basic part of the game. Henna is going to get stunned, and immediately Beryl gets hooked. Once again, the trade looks almost exactly even.
Yeah. Do you see in mid lane though, Closer's like dangerously low. Closer honestly was so much better in lane last game and was kind of bullying BDD out. So not sure really what to try and progress to get it to this point. But not going so well this time. Looks like BDD has learned from the previous matchup.
And we do have the junglers about to clash here in the Bubs pit.
And the thing is, last time, Willa forced Pyosik away, so he got 2, and it was only 1 for KT. Looks like a similar thing might end up happening.
Yeah.
Exactly the same. Are we... No, there's no TF. It's definitely a different game. Definitely a different game.
Definitely a different game, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it really feels like things panning out roughly similar. Dragon though was an early
level 6. Ghost popped, perfect, in a bit of trouble. And he's going to pop his own ghost, and he's no longer in trouble.
Yep. Might find an angle here, though.
Yeah, perfect saying, hey, let me give you a second chance.
I think that Q3 hit could have been big.
Yeah.
Yeah, Clear trying to find some advantage in this lane, you know, with the level up. Probably to clear this wave out and back off. We did see KT put early pry on the Dragons last game. Obviously, something we talked about was when you're playing into the Smolder, stacking Dragons very valuable. So I expect similar to happen here, but looks like nothing really going to come out yet, at least.
Yeah. Pyosik hasn't made a move towards it just yet. A couple of pings go in, just showing the control ward that is in the Dragon Pit. And you would imagine that KT Rolster eventually will go for this, but I like how Fearx bottom lane is playing it, either holding the wave, or the second that Deft leaves, or you know they want to get it back, they just immediately move up, push the wave, put themselves in a good spot to at least have a bit of presence in a lane that generally doesn't have any.
Yeah, and you know, I feel like the ideal setup for KT is they try and get the wave to bounce into them, and that be a timing when you've synced up with Pyosik to come bot. That's the angle you want to look for if you want to punish, because I feel like if you're playing a champion like Rel and they're just hugging tower, you're achieving nothing. You might as well roam.
Yeah. Closer changed his skin. And that Q's going to land. Pyosik level 6. Forces a flash here out of Willer. As the invade is successful. We do have Closer coming on over. But Q to dodge. And there you go. As meanwhile, Deft is level 6. Execute taking a bunch of damage. Is not going to fall in the trade, even with some of those bounces. But does push the Fearx support out of the lane.
Well, how close Henna is to level 6, actually. Obviously, having the heal from the ult makes it very hard really to punish you, but it looks like they're not going to look for anything more. Even with the support backed off, they will just be happy that they got Execute chunked out and got a bit of damage on the plate. But so far, pretty slow going. Which again, you know, last game wasn't exactly breakneck speed at first. It was really the mid to late where it kind of devolved into chaos and anarchy.
Yeah.
So no real surprises there, but I think once again it sets Fearx well. There was a lot of damage.
Yeah.
But it's Cassante.
Null committed to... I think I tried to say all out and ult at the same time, so I said alt.
Alt out?
No alts, just utilizing their main for now in the top lane. And Clear will hold on to his ultimate ability. Named all out. Perfect needles used, pushes in the wave, keeps the pressure up. Yeah, what is that Karma skin? It's very nice.
I don't know, I've not seen that one before.
It's very different. Beryl just gonna steal this. Yep.
Oh my.
Just support Rel things, yeah.
Yeah, just, I mean, I feel like we've had these champions like Rel and Maokai where they've been kind of buffed their damage to monsters in the jungle. But like when you're playing them as support, like if you're playing Maokai and you're helping your jungler with Dragon and you just deal more damage than your jungler by just spamming Q. And Rel as well, just the damage on Q is, especially you can combo with E, is kind of absurd.
Yeah, he It's going to take the red buff away. Just puts Willer a bit behind.
Yeah.
No big difference made. There's still no Drake taken here for KT. I feel like there should have been at least a bit more pressure on these Drakes.
At least an attempt, you know. Oh,
yeah.
Are they wait, it looked like they've started it, but Beryl might have just queued it and done like 800 damage. It's hard to tell. No, they're definitely starting it. And Fearx not really in position yet. It's at least in. I don't think you can steal that. So Drake comes in, but I think this is quite a bit later than the one in the last game.
Beryl also did the same emote. Like, we are just living in the same game. It's just slightly tailored to feel different.
Yeah, they just altered some of the parameters, as in changed the top laner and the support for KT.
Yeah.
And
it's like how you know you're in a dream.
Yeah, they ran
like,
the simulation again.
This isn't normal. Like, wait, this is happening again. How did they manage this? You see the goal difference this time for KT, ahead in every lane, every role. There's an OTF in this one to kind of skew the numbers. And this time KT do commit to the bubs, and you see that Fearx will not actually commit to fighting this one. Probably has a lot to do with Clear being low.
But here's
they
a
don't
big
have
thing.
the same prio in mid.
They're not watching them do it.
Yeah.
That was a common theme in the last game, as Fearx would spend a lot of time watching KT do objectives, but not really doing anything about it. And I was kind of thrown off by Closer missing the minion with a Q. But yeah, I feel like Fearx, better use of your time is to like actually do things on the map, maybe farm, instead of just supervising KT clearing objectives. They're kind of fine with doing them.
They're adults. They don't need help.
Well,
like,
you know.
Mostly.
I definitely think last game could have done with some adult supervision, and I don't just mean clearing the objectives. I mean in the team fights. Can you imagine if coaches could just like...
Yeah.
They had like, I don't know, maybe give them like 3 interjections a game.
We need a tack timeout.
Where they just hit a button and they just come into the voice comms and they go, guys, really? And that's all. You get like one sentence.
Just an interjection. Like, God, why? It's just the coach's voice goes away.
Are you serious right now? That's all you need, just to instill fear in.
You're taking a taxi home.
Oh man.
Did we have a kill at this point in the last game? I feel like we did. What was the first blood in the last game? Do you remember?
You know, I feel like this is one of these things where, like, if you
it was bot lane. I remember Execute hooked Barrel's Maokai, and it was first blood. He got it with Ignite.
Yes, and Piosik was nearby. But wasn't able to contribute in time. He was level 6. Yeah, I remember now.
Why didn't that happen in this copy of Game 1?
Because he's not playing Maokai.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's the things they change, so things play out differently. And then it's, I don't know if you've heard this thing called the butterfly effect, so things will change as the game goes on because of those slight differences at the start.
That's crazy.
Yeah, so because Beryl didn't die...
now Henna doesn't die.
Yeah, exactly.
Because Execute is around, so they don't leave Henna alone.
Oh, but didn't also Beryl... Whoa.
Okay, we're pressing our buttons. Execute is in a lot of trouble. He's still going to commit to the flash over the wall. Shockwave here on a closer. And we might have just avoided our first blood.
That's one of your minions, Closer. Yeah, I mean, it honestly looked like Execute was going down there, but they just don't commit too hard. I think they're satisfied with the flash. Although, to be fair, they kind of traded flashes, so I think they could have gone a bit heavier, especially BDD didn't use the Shockwave onto Execute, but potentially, like, concerned he would flash it on the back end.
Yeah.
Or maybe just think he'd go down a bit easier.
So we might just, maybe I spoke too soon. Maybe they do just dive Henna again. Wait, it's the same thing! He kicks him against the wall, accuse him!
Yeah,
and Piosik gets first blood.
It's, again, we skip out the barrel, but we get the...
Yeah.
It's, you know, this is just very much a repeat. Slight differences here and there.
I thought that part was going to be cut out as well due to the butterfly effect, but maybe not.
Yeah, the Butterfly is kind of slacking, if I'm going to be honest.
Yeah.
Not doing their jobs on this one.
Not much of an effect being felt. This is nice, though. The Hex Flash from Beryl over the wall. Is the all-out still active? And it doesn't do anything. It looked really cool, though. Like, he channeled it, and then he went over the wall.
Yeah, I mean, he got Ghost, right? That's something achieved.
True.
Yeah.
Big.
You know, Beryl knows a lot about Ghost.
Yeah, he does. Ghost's puppy is very cute, by the way.
Yeah?
Yeah, just a side
Type
note.
of puppy?
I don't know.
Well, I feel like that's because you're a cat owner.
I am a cat person.
And, like,
I don't really know the
dog people are like, yeah, this is like a pure breed
Yeah.
Shiba Inu, and then cat people are like orange.
My cat is gray and gold. Yeah.
Yeah.
Those are my type of cats that I have. You can see them on Twitter. They're very cute too.
Wow. Really self-promoting?
Yeah.
I respect
I mean,
it,
there's
honestly.
nothing else going on. Might as well. Like,
I mean, I appreciate you do have cute cats.
Yeah.
Yeah, second dragon gonna go pretty uncontested here.
Is it Mountain Soul again? Is it just the same thing? Henna. Yeah, he's gonna flap his way to safety. And a couple of Drakes are taken, and it's Chemtech Soul for game 2.
This changes everything.
It does.
That's the butterfly effect in action. Butterflies being... That's why they didn't do anything about the Henna death, because they were busy working on the soul behind the scenes. This does mean that... Oh...
Clear. Kicked. Do they have the damage to take out a Cassante? And it seems like, yes, the Shockwave comes in. Nice Q3 on a BDD. Clear trying to do something, but not amounting to too much. Meanwhile, though, nobody's really here to support deaths, and there's a Rift Herald being dropped. Didn't this happen last game as well? Were they like 2v1 in the bottom lane and then like Rift Herald and they got a mid turret?
No, because that was when they had the Rift Herald fight.
Yeah, it was a little bit later.
Yeah, and then they still threw it down mid, and Deft was like solo defending. But that's when Execute walked into the brush next to Raptors and died. I feel like we're just reliving game 1 so much.
We saw this like 3 times today.
Yeah, this is 4 times because we saw it in the POG.
Oh, true. Yeah.
So I've seen this exact 4th time. I've seen this exact. Actually, we would have seen the replay in the last one as well. So 5 times now, maybe.
Maybe.
This is a whole new play, though.
Wow. New content. Oh my god.
Yep. Really getting the money's worth on that one. But yeah, Chemtech Soul I think does make a difference because obviously Mountain Soul, Fearex were pressured a lot more to stop that from happening. Chemtech Soul,
Just give it over and fight for Elder, I'd say.
Yeah, it's whatever. Like, don't get me wrong, the heal and shield power is kind of nice, especially when one team's got Karma and I mean the other's got like Orianna. But it's not worth losing the game over, you know.
Yeah.
Stalling the game out though is pretty big, so you might want to fight the dragon just to stall the Elder out eventually, you know, give you more chance to get stacks in the meantime. But also you can just give it up.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's going to depend on how it's approached. Like, maybe if Fearex get a pick or if they get some poke down, maybe they'll try to fight it, but otherwise I think just
I think it's not that you shouldn't fight it. I think... Whoa!
Wow.
That was aggressive.
A rare engage cone. Willer's going to have to flash now and ult to get out of here.
Yeah, that's a regret cone.
We don't like those. We regret those, in fact. And now Fearex maybe going to be regretting trying to help out their jungler. Willer is going to get over to disengage cone.
That's what we normally see.
And help them avoid any further action.
Yeah.
Nicely done.
Standard. I was saying something before this play. I don't remember what, but let's just move on.
What, we need that information. Like, we're running out of stuff.
You know, I'm focusing. What information? Yeah. Got it. It's not that they shouldn't fight the dragon, it's that they don't need to. So if they start fighting and they fumble it a bit, they can go, you know what, guys? You have it. We're going to go do something else. And I am certain that of all teams in the LCK, Fearex is capable of showing that level of restraint.
Absolutely. Yeah. These guys are very well known for...
patient.
Yeah.
Thoughtful approaches.
Lack of aggression.
Yep.
And
think first, act second.
Also at the same time having no fear. I don't know how that really works. It's because they trust the process. Have faith in what your coaches taught you, you know. Henna is fine.
He's just flapping away. 181 stacks, so I mean definitely we'll have it for the soul fight.
Yeah.
But not gonna have it for this next dragon. And that's where we'll get the key decision. Do you or don't you?
Well, you don't have to fight for this one, but again, you can look for stuff. Like, if Execute gets a big pick on the depth, then sure. Take the dragon, delay the game, maybe threaten a mid-turret, try to get something while KT are going for the dragon. And speaking of which, they're going to hook a Rel. And the Q comes in, and that baits the teleport out of BDD.
Yeah, I mean, not the biggest teleport to get. You really would have loved to get like perfect teleport, but you know, you get it. You break this Celestial Opposition shield, and
huge.
That's about it. It definitely feels like Firex feeling a little bit like they have a lot less pressure this game. It does feel like they're more on the back foot, and they're just playing towards the stacking. Like, Willer hasn't been able to build up as much of a lead in the jungle, and right now, KT really have a lot of control in this Dragon area for when it's won, so I think it's probably just going to be 3 Drakes.
Yeah, I would imagine so. KT can just waltz on over. There is 0 vision, 0 pressure. There is a Smolder alone in mid, and that's about it. So I don't think you want to fight over the actual dragons on the map.
192? It's going up pretty fast.
Yeah. 199.
Closing in.
It's going to get there at like before 22 minutes, I think.
Yeah, probably.
Just
Especially
about.
Just uncontested mid. Oh, broke the Celestial Opposition. Just threw the Coke can at his head.
Yeah. And they had their red buff stolen, so Firex are like, we have to take your red buff now.
Yeah, it's called trading.
Yeah.
And now we actually see, wait, the flank from Raptors by Pure, we saw that last time. You know, it's just a repeat.
Yeah. You know, if he was in the Raptor pit right now, I'd be like, okay, we're actually living in a simulation. Like, this is not okay.
They've got to tweak it enough that we don't think we're in a simulation.
Yeah.
You know, it's a very fine line.
I'm beginning to see the glitches in the Matrix, though, so I'm getting a little worried.
Yeah.
You know, there's so many great plants to help you avoid getting caught, so that you don't have to fight and you can avoid more action.
Yeah, you know, that's because one of the changes we've had from last game and this game is the Chemtech Soul, and we have seen a lot less action, so...
Wow.
I think we have...
I am really surprised.
You know, I'm going to say it, I'm perfectly happy to blame everything on Chemtech Soul. I'm okay with that.
Sure.
You know, as is my tendency to do. And we're seeing the crit build again from Henna. Obviously, we've seen a little variation with like people going like the Shojin. Some people even going like the kind of Apri hybrid build. The general consensus is you can build what you want on this champion. You're still going to do a lot of work once you get 225 stacks. But Henna definitely wanted to put out a lot more DPS where possible.
217.
Oh, he's so close.
Yeah, just about 22 minutes. And doesn't look like KT have any thoughts about trying to punish this or anything. They only have Deft in mid, so should be pretty free. 223 gets all 6 there.
I feel like you just got to be patient though, because now is the time you start hunting for stacks and you get killed by barrel because you're really hunting for it, you know? That's the temptation you start to feel at this point when you just 2 away. Just get the next wave. Look at him. Look, he's going for it.
Oh, I think he got it.
He did.
He did. Okay. And Execute trying to help. Execute, you don't get stacks on Nautilus. They are going to bait them in here, though, as Bomb is called in, and Clear's like, oh god, I forgot, we're not trying to fight here. This Perfect also commits to his own teleport. Nearly takes off Execute's head. Beryl also getting pretty low. The supports the 2 that get chunked out, and we avoid any more action.
Yeah, you saw, I mean, I feel like Henna looking for the extra stacks maybe was what kind of baited Execute in. But in the end, fight doesn't end up breaking out. The stacks have been hit though. Firex definitely going to be more willing to look for something. But for now, just kind of retreating off each other, but still posturing. Closer, trying to get a man to Q.
Check your posture. This is a good time.
Yep, hydration check as well. Any water drinkers out there?
I occasionally drink water.
Oh, really?
Yeah. On about 8 to 10 occasions per day. That's generally how often I'll take a big drink of water. We do have some fighting in the top side, actually. Clear trying to 1v1 with Perfect, but now everybody's getting in here into this one. He will be isolated. Another TP from BDD is now maybe trying to threaten the Baron here as they took out the Fear-X top laner.
Yeah, that wasn't a 1v1 in the end case of the play. Might have started out as one, but KT weren't really playing fair and decided to bring 4 people. You could tell when something like that happens, they were itching for a fight. The fact that they all just like warmed down.
Shield? Did you see how big that was?
Yeah, it's pretty big.
Willer is trying to fight this one, but now he's going to get kicked back, has to flash it. And that was essentially 1v1 as well, so Pyosik getting some value, but he didn't get the blue buff.
That's the takeaway. But yeah, the Karma Shields, I mean, because everyone talks about the Q buff that kind of brought in the meta, but his shield AP ratio got buffed as well. And it's kind of insane if you...
I was just talking about the actual physical size of it around the Nautilus.
Oh.
Because he's quite large.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I guess.
But yeah, also her shield ratios got buffed, so...
Yeah, yeah.
Larger number.
Well, twofold then, you know?
Yeah.
And also, if they pick up Chemtech Dragons, the shield will get larger in terms of the damage it's blocking, but not in terms of the size on champions.
Yeah, that's been unfortunate. I feel like it should increase, like, Cho'Gath.
Yeah, so if you know when you get those massive, like, 3,000 health shields, it just covers your whole screen.
Yeah.
It's constant.
That would be great, yeah. We need more of that in League of
wouldn't
Legends.
be obnoxious. Yeah.
Just help me not see the game.
Yeah, I personally really like when visually everything's cluttered and I can't see anything.
Yeah.
That's my favorite thing in video games in general.
So KT, they are trying to posture for this soul. Might as well. They are about 4,000 gold ahead. And the earlier the better, I suppose, against any kind of Smolder comp. A lot of vision control at the moment, as Fearx are desperately trying to push in and lay down some control wards of their own to fight back. And it's doing a good job of continuously pushing the mid wave, getting more stacks.
Oh.
We might see the first, like, Rel Orianna engage here in this one. Especially with how grouped up they are. And with an engage on the barrel, that's not going to do much. Some poke comes out from Mom, but Willer, he's going to have to try to steal this. That's the engage. The shockwave is huge. Closer nearly loses his life, and the Chemtech Soul is taken. It's 2 kills for KT, and Barrel is going to get executed, unfortunately. But it's still a big win for KT in the team fight.
Yeah, even though they get that 1 kill in return from the execute bin, Fearx get kind of wiped there. The backline carries escape, but the front line just gets decimated. And we see the impact not only of the gold lead, but the Rel Orianna combo coming in clutch. And you know, for how chaotic and how back and forth last game was, this one's looking a little bit more shut and dry.
Yeah, I mean, just very reliable engage, right? And it doesn't really matter who you engage on. Like, yes, Henna and Willer survive, but they don't have anyone else because Closer just gets nearly 100-0'd in this fight.
Yeah, and you know, you can see Execute kind of looks for initial engage on a barrel. Barrel patiently waits for an angle as they start to move in for the Dragon on low health. Goes in for this, and Closer gets caught and just basically deleted off the offset. And Clear as well. Clear doesn't have any armor, so Deft literally cuts through him like paper. Now has the Warden's Mail, but in that fight was just armor free.
Yeah.
Which sure might do well in your side lane matchup, not so much in team fights when you have this 300 CS Zeri shooting you down. He's actually level 16 as well, by the way.
Yeah.
Tied highest level in the game.
Yeah, like it's good against the double AP solo laners, but as you mentioned, if you're fighting Zeri ever, you just die. And so a desperate you know, scramble to try to pick up as much armor as possible, but I wonder if it's a bit too little too late. I mean, just a straight up Chemtech Soul is going to be nice. You have that extra healing, you have Barrel is going to be really tanky, stuff like this, but they do get below 50%. The Gwen is going to be a real menace. Got the last stand, but also Chemtech Soul, and down 2 levels is Clear. I mean, he can't deal with him right now as maybe a little bit of a bait or maybe just desperation as Perfect is going 1v2. And he's looking for more. He's got the whole team on his back now. Because now the flash comes in. That doesn't look like there is any mist as the hook will land and Perfect does overstep quite a bit. But it looked cool while it was working.
I mean, you're starting to see the power of this Gwen scaled up, and Clear, even with this full MR build, just gets absolutely shredded. And the problem is, I'm not even sure before the Elder if Clear will be able to finish a Frozen Heart. Like, there's actually a reality where that doesn't happen, and he just gets shredded then as well. KT trying to continue the pressure. They are a member down, though.
Yeah, you do see Fearx trying to force this one as Pyosik will be the sacrificial lamb. And now you've got a front line here. Deft in a bit of trouble. Huge shockwave just to push them away. And you see KT are just on the run. They don't want any part of this.
Don't chase it again, Execute. We saw what happened last time.
Don't hook that wall there, right? Oh, man.
Yeah, I mean, a bit of a comeback from Fearx. They managed to get some kills there. They managed to get a couple of smaller shutdowns, smaller bounties. And you can start to feel the power coming in off the Smolder, but they're still at a pretty significant deficit. Still 5,000 gold down. still dealing with the Chemtech Soul, which, as we've said about a million times, isn't the most impactful, but still is something. And yeah, I mean, considering this is a full MR Sante, you're not really feeling it.
The damage is ringing true, as they say, and Perfect. Eventually, everybody comes to the bot lane. And it's fine. I mean, they were probably going to lose the mid-inner anyway, so I think that's actually a trade-up for Fearax, and then they force this fight as well, which is also pretty good. Pyosik has to go in.
It was like, I'm not sure what happened. Pyosik trying to look for a kickback there, but ends up backfiring. And yeah, KTF just run away licking their wounds. 2 minutes on the Elder, and we're fighting for the biggest objective on the map right now.
What if the Elder Drakes gets Elder Drake?
You know, that sounds cool, but you only get to execute them with like one thing, you know? So it's actually, I mean, you're good at applying it, and the burn is nice, but you only, you know, like, you don't get value out of your executing anyway.
Why did he just TP home? I guess he was worried about being collapsed.
You know what? We will leave that to the space to decipher. We'll leave that to Mao and Wolf to figure that one out. No, let's put no more thought.
All right.
Let's look forwards. That's for them.
Yeah.
That's for them to ruminate on. They have time. They can check the spectator client and look back and analyze the situation.
I think he must have just thought that he was.
I think he probably thought he was getting clapped on, but yeah. And we're actually really close to 2 big spikes. So Closer so close to having Rabadons, and Clear very close to Frozen Heart. It will be so rough if they're not able to finish those before Elder. Would you see the Leandries has just come in for Henna? How far away? Holding? Yeah, Closer's miles away. You're not getting it. That's so rough. Especially because last game, Closer went Imperial Mandate.
Yeah.
You would much rather have the finished item than just 2 rods in this situation. Kind of makes you regret, like, you could have gone plenty of different items. You could have gone Crypt Bloom, you know?
Yeah. Well, still a chance that they get it. I mean, although at this point, 20 seconds away, they're just going to have to group up at mid. Closer did push out the top wave, but Perfect's there, and nobody can match the Gwen right now.
Yeah.
Like the Cassante can't, the Karma can clear waves, I guess. That would be maybe the best job.
Oh!
Barrel, that's an engage cone. You got to be careful about those. Very rare, but
that's why Fearax went ready for it. You know, we're ready to react.
He's like, oh god, what is that?
You can go in with these cones? Crazy. Oh, Willa's like, no, not happening. Oh, TP Fun coming in. They need Closer with them ASAP.
Yeah, this is a pretty deep and also early teleport, so Perfect on vision here, doesn't know.
Yeah, you're into Rel Lee Sin. You don't want this dragon to get low.
Yeah, don't let it get low. It's definitely the name of the game. They catch BDD, the ult comes in, a ton of burst, and BDD is just going to go into his Zhonya's now. His frontlining here is Perfect, but not quite able to do the damage. They will take out the Nautilus, though, as Perfect does have to back away. But look at this frontline now for Henna. He's going to get the 1 kill. Deft gets to the backline, takes the 1v1, but the shield comes in, and Deft will go down. And Fearax, now with 3 members left, and Perfect's barely alive. Can they start this Drake, though, is the question. We got TP's coming in. Pyosik's still alive as well. He's in mid.
Yeah, BDD's full HP, but Perfect's very low. Oh, they've been spotted.
Oh, no. Not the engaged Scryer's Bloom plant.
Guys, there's a low health. The healing plant. It's all coming together.
It's all coming together. They're trying to get on top of a Gwen here. And the flash W to come in. I mean, that's not really going to do too much, as everybody on the side of KT is going to get in on this one. The slow comes in from the Needles, and Closer's in a lot of trouble, and down he will go, get snipped away, as now Pyosik is looking for more. Big kick on them both, and that should be the fight. Go in the way of KT Rolster as they slowly but surely take down all of Fearax.
Super hectic fight there, and somehow they broke apart with even numbers. 2 kills on each side, both bot lanes going down, but KT are the ones who are able to get it back together. Perfect picking up the honey fruits, and Closer with certainly one of the plays of all time, but in the end, KT are the ones who are gonna secure the Elder, and Baron's up. They could just go back to back.
Yeah, they should be able to pick up Exodia here. Nice smite to 28 from Pyosik. Doesn't matter, as nobody was quite there. And we'll take another look at this fight.
Yeah, so XU gets a nice engage on a BDD, but look how cautious Henna plays this because he knows there's threat from Beryl.
Yeah.
He kites up this way, continues laying down damage where possible, but the thing is, Deft is really confident, starts to challenge here, and sees with the flash down, goes for Henna, and the only reason Henna doesn't go down is Clear blocks the Zeri shots. So he lasts a little bit longer, they end up getting the trade of kills, and then here, Closer. I don't know how to describe this.
You know, if he's alone, then yeah. If it's like a 3v1, then sure, but everybody on the side of KT is able to get there so quickly, and maybe you just didn't expect them to close the distance so fast.
Flashless, you're just dead.
Yeah.
Piercic has a kick again, so really nice kick, to be honest. I mean, credit to KT for that playing it, but FearX, definitely a big oopsie that they're going to regret on this one. And we're going to come back to live. It's going to be Baron and Elder. A minute 30 on Elder. That's how long you have to last. And bear in mind, FearX have a ton of wave clear, as you can see, but I still think you're at least giving up one in-hit, maybe two.
Yeah, especially with the Baron buff. If you only have Elder, then maybe you're dealing with a lot of wave clear and whatnot, but the fact that FearX can't really fight and they can't really clear waves as clear, speaking of which, is trying to fight the Gwen, and he is dead. Down he goes.
What?
And now this wave in mid is being cleared up, but might just be a couple of inhibitors here for the side of KT. They are looking for the fight. They are looking for the shockwave, as is Jonah Strong on the zoom-in.
I mean, this might just be an end. You know, losing Clear was so big. I'm not sure what he was going for. Shockwave does miss, though, but the waves are stacking.
Yeah, the waves are coming on in. About 35 seconds on the Elder. And that is going to be a miss on the Zap. They're trying to engage here on a closer. That's not going to work. Ult comes in, immediately executed by the little Elder Drake that is Henna. Bit of damage is coming in, though, onto these turrets, and they're just chipping away at the objectives. In goes Perfect. He is a monster in terms of damage, but Henna with the big Zhonya immediately gets executed afterwards, and that will be the end of the game. KT Rolster, clean 2-0. Absolutely nothing to see here.
Nothing to see here, I think.
Beautiful stuff.
Yeah, I mean, game 2, a bit of a redemption for game 1, because game 2 was a lot more straightforward for KT. A lot less shenanigans went on. I think FearX will feel bad about the series, because both, like, game 1 was definitely winnable, and game 2, it felt like some big mistakes kind of just cost them in the end, you know? Closer with that flash, Clear with, like, yes, they had Elder and Baron, but I honestly think they could have held on without losing the game there.
Yeah.
Until he looked for that 1v1 against Perfect, but I feel like Perfect is a bit of a talking point for the series because he had a really strong lane game 1, and in this game 2 as well, delivered. Pretty, you know, we said we weren't sure about the Gwen, like, sure, it's going to scale well, but he had impact in lane, and then ended up being a monster later on.
The coach is almost sighing with relief.
Yeah.
They're like, oh, okay, good job, guys, we're done. You know, we did it.
I feel like this is the sort of series where the coaches are super stressed out, the new players are like, oh my god, what just happened? And it'll literally be Beryl and Piercic just like, yeah, another day in the office.
Yeah, whatever, like, this happens all the time.
Business as usual.
Yeah. No issues at all, as everybody's got something to say to Perfect. And, I mean, outside of some praise, I'm not really sure what to say to Perfect, what they would say. But yeah, that's a nice turnaround for KT.
Yeah.
Who, you know, they do have a bunch of teams here on the east side of the brackets of the standings that they are going to go up against. They face FearX today, then Nongshim Bro DRX. So could be nice to kind of get them back in the driver's seat in terms of, you know, they had a bit of a loss streak against some strong teams. They're able to clean it up a bit here in game 2 and take a 2-0.
Yeah, and this, again, this was cleaner from them, but it definitely wasn't clean. There's definitely some things to take away from this one. But I think ultimately, Piercic looked in good form. I think Deft was kind of a bit of an unsung hero in this series. Was pretty solid on the Zeri, and nearly had a pop-off moment in this one. No major mistakes coming out from him, and I think he has had some rough previous series.
Yeah.
So nice to have a bit of a bounce back. But Perfect really, you know, obviously this is a clip of him getting caught, but I think had a very strong series, both games delivering pretty well.
Absolutely. STF was big. This Gwen turned out to be even more of a threat. We didn't get to see as much of it because the game did end quicker. KT did have this one big oopsie where they didn't have Perfect and they got engaged upon anyway. Then the Elder Dragon fight eventually they did win it. KT.
Yeah. I mean, this was just one where there'd been no fighting for so long. It was kind of hard to scope out how things would play out in the fights, but Deft really looking for this angle onto Henny here. And the rest of the team being able to react in time. Yeah, this a little bit rough. But again, I think you can criticize Firex for their 3-man for how they played out that ensuing fight. But KT really delivered perfect, getting the honey fruits, getting some health back, and then just coming in with a nice kick on the back end.
And they're just talking about like how they're pushing in the waves and how they're syncing them up. Go through the bottom side. Gonna go for it. Take it slow.
As Beryl is dying.
Yeah. Just hit the turret. It is over.
Okay, nice.
They looked so relieved at the end of that game. Henna, he tried. He did a lot of damage.
Yeah, I mean, it is kind of, you know, smolder things, but I think credit to Firex for coming in with a good game plan for how to facilitate the smolder at least. We've definitely seen some weird performances from smolder, especially leaving like center open into it.
Yeah.
You could see they got stacks at a reasonable time, just the execution still needs work.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, Firex, I think they did realize that this was going to be a good opportunity for them to actually challenge one of the stronger teams here in the LCK. It did fall a little bit short, but at the end of the day, a nice try. KT Rolster with the 2-0. We're done on the cast for today. Let's go over the space to break down that game too.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Absolutely amazing work on a quicker series than I think a lot of us assumed. I thought this was definitely going to go the 3 games because it looked like a mess in game number 1. And then we saw the draft for game number 2, and it could have been game number 1. Let's dive into it. I've got Wolf and Chronicler here to help me out. Make sense of it for me, gentlemen, because it's the same one again.
Well, I like the change up of the Twisted Fate ban because that's going to open up a lot for you. But yeah, everything else is pretty much the same. The Rel was quite impactful, obviously, and then the Gwen coming through ended up being really huge. Not necessarily in the laning phase, but actually in terms of later team fights.
Yeah, Rel really just Maokai with extra steps. It's technically a different
extra
pick.
legs.
And a horse.
And pants.
Instead a little alpaca. Does you know, it's also instead of an earth type, it's a steel type, which I think is quite cool. But really the big thing here is perfect. Obviously, we had some fun with it because they flip exactly the same. Normally we highlight the Gwen, but now we did the other thing. Because it's the same game. And the casters mentioned it as well. Do want to highlight that this Gwen counter pick we've seen be very lackluster. One win with Zeus, who... Zeus, like, yeah, obviously doesn't really count.
But Doran.
And then Doran with 1 win. I don't recall who he played against, but that's also a team that beats everyone except the 2 teams above them. So then it's really impressive and perfect. Really, I want to hone in on this because in week 1 and 2, he was the one clear weak spot on this team. And he's really been stepping it up week after week. And I think getting the counter pick and actually utilizing it to this extent, super cool.
Yeah, and last week he was actually, like, probably the one that I had positive things to say about on KT, because the rest of the team really were struggling a whole lot. Interesting that the draft wasn't changed on the side of the losing team. Running it back in that case is not necessarily the right idea. But let's dive into Highlight 1, because honestly, the game was kind of going the way a Smolder is okay with, right? Just a bit falling behind. But then when things like this happen, it gets more tough.
It's definitely a tough fight here. Obviously, the Dragon's mattering a lot less in this fight. But look at Deft's ult as well as Barrel engaging there on the left side of this fight. And that's basically just the fight. It kind of is just over at that moment. They have tons of damage with Deft. They have a Gwen, and KT are going to crush this one. And we saw, once again, Game 1 really, I think, highlighted a little bit more than Game 2. But Closer has played 3 games of Karma in his career. He has lost all of them. I don't feel like we should be seeing a 4th one anytime soon. He had a really rough time. He wasn't able to make an impact in either game. And a lot of these team fights where you're playing Smolder, when you have the Karma, means that you can poke, you can apply pressure, use mantra Qs repeatedly to like win that neutral and force them to engage poorly. He just wasn't able to do it really at all.
Much rather just accept Closer is not that guy. He can't do it.
I didn't see a Yone ban.
No,
just play it.
I know it's not the meta. I know probably the champions aren't strong right now, but it is with Humble Life. There's at least the team around him that can catch Saka when he's not doing too great because he's playing a champion that he doesn't love. Here there isn't. Closure needs to perform for this team to even remotely work.
Yeah, and even we saw with Zeka it didn't work yesterday either. So sometimes comfort is very important. And KT are pretty comfortable flipping for things like Elders and Souls and things like that. And let's dive into our second highlight and see how the end of this game occurred around the Elder Drake, which happened much faster this time because KT prioritized dragons. It's crazy.
Yeah, KT really, or rather FearX really slow on the contest on this one. And look at where Closer is standing in this fight as well. He's not even in range to put pressure on anyone here. And then when the hook comes through and they decide, okay, we're going to all in on this target who has Zhonya's. The turn here from KT is fantastic. Barrow gets in there perfect, has his W up. He does massive amounts of damage. Then on the other side, BDD survives with his shockwave there, and Clear just has to walk out. And then Deft, him killing Henna here is really the decisive moment because without Henna, there is no longer fight here for FearX. And so, yeah, they trade, but FearX decide to stay, and they want to try to make sure that KT can't get this. But the way this is played out, unfortunately, just goes so disastrously wrong. It's a Gwen.
So just the staying is one thing. That's like, I get it because BDD has TP. He didn't end up dying in their play, which is insane. And if you're a melee carry, then maybe this works. The Casas already went over it, why you can't do this. And that, to me, this is where they lose the game. I can see a world where they back off, they might not get Elder, but maybe they can make a rush towards the Baron, maybe they can try and look for a steal angle, but instead try to commit on top of this Gwen. Fails, and that's just the end of it. And there was a lot that went wrong before this, but we saw that fight was closer than it had any right to be given the game state, courtesy of Smolder, and it still wasn't enough.
Yeah, and I think that KT played pretty well in that fight, and obviously controlled the top part of it. Deft being very confident with his ultimate there on the Zeri to kill Henna. If that goes a little bit wrong and Henna lives, then actually it's a completely different story, but a little bit shaky there. If FearX had applied any pressure at all, I think leading into that Elder, which was tough because they didn't have control over the map, could have been a different story too. Like, this game was actually much closer than necessarily what we showed in those two highlights actually summing it up to be is. But KT clean 2-0, nothing to see here, you know.
Yeah, and it's weird because that game was closer than what we iterate in the highlights, but game one was even closer than that, and the highlights looked even more ridiculous. Let's have a look at the POG for this one, see who's going to collect it. Is it going to be? No, it is. It's perfect. Picks up 400 points now, and a POG on his Gwen, now moving to a 50% win rate all-time on this champion as well. Like, this is not necessarily something he's known for, but he had a fantastic game this time around.
And Chronicler mentioned how much this guy has improved since week 1, week 2. You know, it's been known, here I've been talking about it, it's been said that he grinds like crazy. He's been trying to keep up with the rest of the team. He's been spending so much time practicing, and that definitely shows. And, you know, we were leading into this thinking maybe it was going to be a Perfect vote, but the game just became so much about Perfect, both in sides and in team fights, that eventually it was just his POG. For me, it seemed pretty easy. At the end.
Yeah, tried desperately to take him down there. Didn't end up working out at all. I like the smattering of votes here. Beryl...
Look at the Korean cast, just like, it was Beryl. He was yelling a whole lot, we know it, and he managed to find the 2 Magnet Storms that absolutely won them the game. I agree.
BDD also, pretty decent game. I can appreciate the shout out there.
But in the end, it is a smattering, and a 4 out of 8 is going to give it to Perfect. So now it is time to throw it over to Dear for some translation as we head over to Perfect MQ.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Dear for the POG interview translation, joined by Pyoshik and Perfect on the side of KT Roster. Congratulations! Now KT has ended the 4 losing streak and secured their first victory of round 2. How do you feel, Pyoshik? It's a victory after a long while, and I hope that in the future we are able to be ready for whatever we have in front of us. And Perfect, you got a clean 2-0 win today, but with the latest consecutive losses, we saw KT falter against the West teams. So what did you work on to break that streak? I feel like I got picked off a lot during our consecutive losses, and it felt like I was so frustrated about not being able to improve. But today I can feel like we have fixed those problems, and I think that means that we have achieved our goal. And Pyoshik, game 1, with the Smolder getting fed and the Karma next to him, it was very difficult to open up a team fight. So what was the team's game plan? In game 1, I feel like I can't really recall a lot besides how I thought that as long as we didn't make as many mistakes in the blue side, we would have actually won quite easily. But I think we were able to maintain good mental fortitude as a team, and that's probably why we were able to get a victory. And despite so it looks like you were able to manage to take at least one down during team fights, and you were constantly being a threat to your enemy. So how are you feeling in this moment? I believe I was able to tell myself that there's nothing that I can't do despite any negative situations thrown at me. So I think I was just trying to maintain my focus. So what are your thoughts on Jungle Graves, and what was your plan to deal with him? I feel like most of the time I was trying to sort of calculate what I was supposed to do as a Lee Sin, and told myself that there's more to do at top. And game 2 during the draft, the opponent took the same comp as game 1, and KT picked a different top and support. So what was the important point of game 2? As long as I don't get picked off and scale well, I think that was pretty much the game plan, and I think just maintaining my confidence was basically what allowed us to achieve that. And some improvements that we made from game 1 was just to enforce and strengthen our side lanes. And so what were the steps to execute those dives in the early game in both games 1 against the Smolder? I thought to myself, we're able to go even or take advantage in the mid lane, so I told myself it's better to go dive and focus on the bot. And in both games 1 and 2, we saw you play TF and Gwen against Kazante. So what was the difference in how you played? I think as Gwen, you just can't let yourself lose those 1v1s, and I think with the TF I was able to utilize my ult to make plays, and that was probably what I had in mind when I was going into the games. And with KT Roaster back on the right path to start their win streak, what kind of performance can the fans expect from you, Pyoshik? So put an effort to give you guys an entertaining match, and hopefully we are able to make it to the playoffs, and once we make it, we'll make sure that we provide you with great games. And perfect. I hope that we're able to continue to grow and improve and minimize our mistakes. And Pyoshik,
지금 이렇게 함께하지 못하는 게 너무 아쉽지만 그래도 빨리 해결될 거라고 믿고 기다리시면은 꼭 왔을 때 좋은 경기력 보여드리도록 하겠습니다.
네, 퍼펙트 선수도요.
So I know that there has been a lot of unfortunate events, but I hope that we continue to improve and show you good performances.
오늘 멋진 경기 펼쳐주신 표식 선수, 또 퍼펙트 선수 승리 진심으로 축하드립니다. 인터뷰 고맙습니다.
And this will be the end of the interview with Pyoshik and Perfect, and back to the space.
Thank you so much, dear, for that fantastic interview translation. And here we are into the standings, seeing how things have not changed at all, actually, after this one. Furex still have that one extra win over Bro, Nongshim, and DRX. As soon as any of those teams win except Bro, they will plummet in these standings if they're ever able to pick up another victory. So it's a bit scary for Furex.
I feel like Furex kind of, you did go into the series thinking they were going to win it, but it felt like they could have after game 1, and it feels really depressing almost that they could have actually gotten one of those key wins against a tougher opponent. They were so close and yet so far.
Again, every time we talk about Furex, I have to say their game score is is really, I think, what disappoints me most.
Yeah.
Them not contesting Kwangdong is one thing, but them being in very much the same category, arguably even worse than teams like Nongshim, who, yeah, they don't win a lot of series, but they do win a lot of individual games, I think has really got to sting. Because for this team, I think our expectations were a lot higher.
They certainly were. Let's have a look at what's going to be happening tomorrow. OK Savings Bank Breon up against Harmalife Esports for our first match, and then Nongshim versus D plus Kia. Some good old classic David versus Goliaths for you guys tomorrow for some beautiful LCK Friday. But that is going to do it for us for today. Thank you so much for watching. We'll see you tomorrow for more LCK.
초비 선수도 강해진 모습으로 돌아왔는데 굉장히 기대되는 매치가 될 것 같습니다.
아무래도 양쪽 뮤의 폼이 엄청난 것 같습니다.
저는 젠지전에서 탑 매치업도 하나의 관전 포인트가 될 것 같습니다.
중요도를 따지자면 바텀일 것 같은데 평소처럼 잘하면 될 것 같다고 생각을 합니다.